it's a whole experience. But it should be coming back up right now, and we should be good to go. So cool for that. Alright, so to pick up where we left off, and you'll see it pop up on the screen there. Poof, there you go. We are doing what's referred to as the Survivor Man Challenge. And a bunch of people have different rules around this. The only mod we're using that isn't just one of the DLC for the game is the Universal Autoloader. And that's because mid to late game, if you don't have it, it's pallet jack. It's like forklift pallet jack simulator of just picking up pallets and doing nothing else. Yeah, you're not kidding, the command. That basically we started with $0, a truck, and a chainsaw, and we have like one spot of land, and we're on the map called No Man's Land, which basically means there's like no buildings or infrastructure there other than the tractor supply place and the place you sell your goods, because those are required just to play the game. But then you don't have like, I can't take contracts and all that stuff. Yeah, no, I agree, Inface Implax, that at a minimum, if I go into a stream on YouTube and I switch my category, it should split the video, and it can have like all the description and all that not right, where I have to clean it up after the fact, because it takes them a little while to post it. But to go where we left off, so we started with $0, and we own tile 47. So when I started, I had tile 47, we had this truck, which I'm not allowed to sell. I had this so I could sleep to fast forward time so we didn't have to just wait. And this chainsaw. And that's all we had to our name. We started chopping down a bunch of trees. There was a bunch of trees on this little hill here. We took that lumber back with our truck. The sell point is on the other side of that line of trees over there. And we did that till I was able to afford a greenhouse and this little tractor here. And we were able to use that to get enough money to get a set of greenhouses. Do these need water? Oh, I remember what we were doing. We were having this field get plowed. I just want to get my worker started as I go through the rest of the tour, so, you know, they're making progress. Alright. Alright, worker, you do your thing. Okay. Now I'm all turned around. Yeah, so I got this tractor. And so what I do with this tractor... Oh, you know what I just remembered? The reason I hadn't done that is I can't actually pick these up. How's the water in those? We could top off the water. But I got this little tractor, little 25 horsepower tractor, has very little for it. It takes forever to start because it's an old-timey tractor. And we just take this water in this big old jug thing, big container on the back. I just go by my greenhouses, we top off the water in them. We got 2 greenhouses that are growing mushrooms and 2 that are growing flowers at the moment. And those have been the things that have let us kind of bootstrap the entire rest of the place. But, with all that, we were able to save up enough money that you saw I've got those 3 fields started. We did get our very first harvest out of our first field, which that field we grew oats. That's right. We grew oats. The amount of money we got from was underwhelming. We're playing on the hardest difficulty, which that just kind of goes with like what the prices are for stuff so far as sales and all that. But we've got that going on. But it's pretty disappointing. It was like 6,500 for the entire field. So we probably turned a profit on it, barely. Versus these things, just the greenhouses really do just give you entirely more money than. I honestly think the greenhouses are a little bit overpowered. I didn't know that one going in. I just looked at it as like water is free. Therefore, I'm investing $0, just like whatever little bit it keeps to keep the mower running. And then it gives me an output of more than $0, and therefore, at a minimum, I could do that. And with enough time, anything would be affordable. But the problem I have right now is I've got that tractor over there is clearing the field. I can't afford a bigger tractor yet, which means I can't use a bigger plow than that. And so we've got that going. So we finished. You can see where I've already harvested the oats from there. I'm getting this plowed. We won't actually plant it till next in-game day, because that's 1 day is 1 month. But we're going to be planting canola here. Over here I have sunflowers that we're growing. Those are going to be really good. They're actually at a little over 90% extra yield. We've got our corn that's growing. Let's see, how much longer do I have for those to go? Yeah, so the corn and the sunflowers, I've got 3 in-game months, so 3 in-game days. And in August, we would plant the canola. And so, you know, we wouldn't harvest that till next year. But we've got all that. So the issue I have at the moment is that I don't have a whole lot I could be working on right now other than plowing this field and prepping it. So the issue there is I'm reliant on this one tractor for basically everything. You know what we're going to do? I'm not going to do that. I keep hitting tab, which is not what I want. I am going to travel down to the shop and see if there is actually a tractor we can put to use. It's not the most effective way for me to do this. So large tractors, yeah, they start at 280,000. Medium tractors, 120,000. We had one for sale, but it's way outside my budget. What I'm hoping I can do is maybe get a small tractor that's more horsepower. So that's the one I own for 100 horsepower. I'm kind of hoping I can get a second one that I'm not stuck waiting on that one. Now, problem is these ones are like special ones for doing grape and olive stuff. So they're decent horsepower, but they're like a weird shape. I think we're going to be kind of out of luck. Yeah, so you do this, and this one goes up to 145 horsepower. But that feels like it's not really going to be a significant upgrade. Yeah, so I can keep boosting it up to 140. If we go into medium, are there any I can afford that? No. No, it's not looking like it. Alright. Well, actually, let's take that back. There is one I can afford. And it's 150 horsepower. And it's kind of the same issue we have with the one I have, is it's got a back hookup, but not a front hookup. It would give us an extra 50 horsepower, which is a step up. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's kind of in the range of these medium ones. The medium ones are around 200 horsepower. I realistically, the right answer is to not buy it right now. Unfortunately. Because I'm at the limit of what this plow can handle, or what this tractor can handle with this plow. This plow requires 100 horsepower. This tractor is 100 horsepower. Do the math. And I will get a payday. You know what, actually? Quick break there, buddy. I'll call you back in a minute to do more work. Let's do our sale of our mushrooms and our flowers. That might bump us into the 120,000s. Well, nah, it's probably going to bump us to right about 100,000. And that still gives us more options. Because getting a second tractor I can have running around will help a lot. That's actually capable. That's the problem, is the other tractor I have is only 25 horsepower, so I can't do, like, hardly anything. But it was just a stopgap to get us our first little bit of money. Can you wait until next month so prices go up? Oh yeah, this is right. So what I'll need to do is I want to load them up, because otherwise the greenhouses are going to get full, but I could load them up. So I can load up all the stuff on here. We can finish plowing that field. And do the sale. Because if I don't pull them up on this, then the greenhouse will get full and it'll stop producing entirely. Which means I'd be better off of doing that. Is deterioration a thing? I know crops in the field can rot. I don't actually know what the deal is with crops you harvest. I would imagine it won't happen in one in-game month, and the only reason for that is it's one in-game day. It would be really hard to keep up with it at times. But I don't honestly know if you could just like hoard a bunch of boxes of stuff and hold on to it for, 8 months till you can hit like the absolute peak sale time. I know I was able to do that with honey, but honey is literally like a natural preservative that it can last for dang near ever so long as you don't contaminate it with anything. Alright, so I've got the load of these. So I've got those, so they'll keep producing. Drop that off. But yeah, no, I do agree. I think the right answer is to save up for a medium tractor. Ideally, if we're lucky and one shows up on sale, I get a medium tractor for about little worse than half price. And if I can make that happen, then we'll be able to get a lot of mileage. Yeah, so finish plowing the field. And then once that's done, I'll feel comfortable enough to fast forward the day at that point. I just don't want to fast forward quite until that's done. And the reason for that pretty much boils down to, if I fast forward now, if they're in the middle of doing it, you can have weird stuff happen with how it does the math on how much you pay the people, and I'll end up paying them way more, which eats into the profits I need to keep the farm growing. And then also if you fast forward, it's not like the person finishes working on the field. It's like you kind of pause the game and then you jumped ahead the time. So they'll still be at the same part of progression so far as how much they've actually plowed of the field and whatnot. And so I'll still have to have them pick up the stones before we can plant. And I'm a little worried between plowing and doing the stones and then planting and then potentially maybe doing the rollers or whatever. The combination of all those things. I don't think I'll have to put lime down again, but the potentially of doing all of those things, that I run the risk of not getting everything done during the in-game day and all that. But as soon as we get our bigger tractor, I'm not going to sell this one. I'm going to keep it around because it can do the... It's perfectly good for taking the stuff of the greenhouse to drop off. It can run stuff like the stump grinder and those kind of things. So I feel like that'll work out well, that I could take the bigger mower. What am I stop procrastinating on? I don't know what I'm stopping procrastinating on. The issue is I have to advance time, and I can't advance time without hurting myself until this is done. And then once we get to the next day, I will buy the tractor. Because I should have enough money to buy the medium tractor regardless. It's just, I might not be able to get as nice as if I were to save a little bit more. You don't know? Oh, okay. Just a broad, I know you're procrastinating on something, so stop procrastinating on the non-specific something. Also, as a reminder, because I forgot to mention earlier in the stream, right now on Twitch, whether you use it here or anywhere else, your subs and recurring subs are 25% off. So if there are any channels that you are regularly subscribing to, like just you stay subscribed to, it is a really good chance to go and get like your 3, 4, 5, 6 months or whatever ahead and take advantage of that 25% off and just, you basically get the same product at a discount. The content creators you sub to, we get paid exactly as if it was not on sale at all. So that difference in price is 100% eaten by Twitch. Now, obviously, double check to make sure it's actually showing as 25% off, because I've heard of weird snafus with that kind of stuff in the past. But it is a good time that if you're going to go and redo your subs and all that, you can get them at a discount. That lasts until the end of the year that they offer that. Gifted subs don't go on the 25% off sale until the 27th, so just after Christmas. And those go till it's like January 2nd, so basically through the end of the year. And then on top of that, if you give bits to any creators, if you give 300 or more bits, Twitch will throw at a minimum 10% more bits to the creator than you gave them. So if someone gives 500 bits, at a minimum, I would get 550 bits. I believe I've seen it go as high as like 40 or 50% though, but it's like random chance that you give I'm gonna say 1,000 bits just so it's a rounded number. You give 1,000 bits, they might throw an extra 100, they might throw an extra 200, they might throw an extra 300. It's a roll of the dice on what actually gets tossed on top of that. But it is a cool thing, so if you are looking to try and support your creators, it is a way to get more mileage out of your support, kind of thing. But yeah, so we got all that going on. But yeah, so when we get the bigger tractor, I should be able to get, depending on how much extra horsepower, a plow of up to 3 times the size of this one. So that's the idea, is once I can get something like in the upper, like in like the 200 horsepower, I should be able to get a plow that's, I think this one's like 3 meters. I think I'll be able to get one that's probably like the 10 to 12 meter size. So having them clean up a field, it ends up being a bit better than 3 times as fast. And part of the reason it ends up being better than 3 times as fast is one of the biggest time sinks is your person turning around when you're using the AI. Because they do like a 5-point turn half the time. So any additional passes I get rid of, you lose a bunch of that time. And that'll be good. And some of those bigger tractors will also be able to go closer to like 15 miles an hour with some of these workloads and all that. I just don't have the budget for it yet. That's okay. We've got good old Jamie here. She's taking care of us, making sure our fields are plowed. Doing a good job for us, getting that all taken care of. We can always count on Jamie. She's not like Carl the other day, who saw a tree stump and ran away. Jamie did hesitate when she saw the tree stump, but she did get past it. Carl's like, tree stump, nope. Kick it into reverse, going back, not doing it the rest of the field, to heck with it. Trees are scary. Even the fallen trees are just too scary. You just can't do that. They're just, nah. It's always the trees. Even in death, the trees will come after us. I wonder with this field what it's considering it. So yeah, so it's got it marked as it needs rolling. Which, the order of operations, so why does it say it needs plowing? Oh, it's saying it's got it's got a bunch of stones on it. Okay. Yeah, so we need to go over it with this stone thing. So the order of operations of what we do after here. So we've got the field plowed. It doesn't say it needs more lime, so excellent. We don't have to put down more lime. So now that it's plowed, we're going to have to go through and we'll use the stone picker-upper thing to pick up the stones and get rid of them. Once the stones are all picked up, then I actually plant the seeds. Which that'd be just take the seeder through there, we have canola, and that should be fine. Once the seeds are planted, we would want to use rollers on it to, basically you get the seeds buried, you use the rollers, it condenses the dirt in the top to make it harder for other seeds to get in there to grow, i.e. weeds. So it helps with all that kind of stuff. The issue I have is I do not own the roller because it costs $50,000 for the smaller one, And when I say smaller, it'll do this whole field in like 4 passes. It's huge. But realistically, it's more important that I get the bigger tractor to make a lot of this less of a pain than to get the rollers. So, kind of prioritizing, even though it would be nice to have the rollers to do that thing tomorrow in game, if I can make the medium tractor happen tomorrow in game, that's where I should put my time and effort. Because the big thing with that is I can have, like, for example, this one plowing, even if I can't get the bigger tractor and the bigger plow because I don't have enough money, just having the bigger tractor, I can have one of my AI people work on this field while I drive the bigger tractor around, you know, grab the stuff to take for sale or to, you know, grind stumps or to prepare another field. Because I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the bigger tractor and then I'm going to buy another plot of land, which is $87,000 for a plot of land. Because if we get another plot of land, again, I can cut the AI loose on a field, go and start getting the next field going myself, and we expand our operations, which means more money, and then so you have more money, I can turn around and buy a bigger plow, buy bigger seeders, and then it's just a matter of upscaling and expanding the operation, which is normal. And for those who also didn't see, the layout I have planned here, let's actually do a little bit of a tour with this, because that'll be a good way to kill a little bit of time. So right now, where I'm sitting on this hill, I plan to put our actual farmhouse on here eventually, wherever it is we're going to live. And any just, like, amenities, stuff that doesn't actually serve a purpose in the game, but, you know, you would want to live. So, like, an actual house. And we'd have... I'm just going to drive over here to the water tower to start this part of the tour. We'd start over here. I would add a road around this spot that would go back over here. And it would go down in front of the greenhouses. So road tags along here, probably goes somewhere around this distance out, goes along the greenhouses here. And I think I might have it where it can go along the side of that field. I haven't decided yet, depends on what I decide to do with those trees. But what it will do is it will turn over here and run in between these fields. That's the reason I left the gap in between the fields, because I put these fields in myself. It'll run past this rock, over this way, and then it will meet with this road here. And this road here goes all the way down to where we've got the sell point and the tractor supply. I'm not going to drive all the way down there, but you can see it over there. So it just follows that road over there. I don't know what I'm going to do with this spot here. Maybe put a business on it, like along the edge of it, making like a parking lot for that. But that'll be over there. Along this main road up this way, I think I'm going to put stuff like the canning building, you know, the cereal factory. So this will be like our industry will be along here, that we will take our various goods from the farming to, you know, take your corn, and instead of getting a fistful of change extra, you can take it to the cereal factory. It takes a little bit longer, but you get a really good amount of money out of it. Way back here, we've just got like this little tucked back area that the game, this map does come with 2 existing fields, but when you get there, they're kind of rotted out. So, yes, you could buy this tile way up here and you've already got a field, but you'd still want to either cultivate it or plow it. You'd still need to buy all your equipment. So we chose not to do that because it didn't feel like the smart move, because like that field's all rotten anyways. I'd still have to get all of the things I need to make a field happen. And that's kind of the only existing infrastructure in the map are those 2 fields, the sell point and the tractor supply. But yeah, so right now that's the short term, is get production set up here, get that road that goes over to my fields. But what I'm going to probably do for my next tile purchase, I'm just going to cut across here. For my next part of the grid I'm going to buy is I'm going to not buy the one by that road like originally I had thought of. I'm going to buy the one over on this side of us. So right here. Like this land I don't own, I can't work on it. I'm going to buy this one, because it's a nice open area. We can hack down and grind the stumps away on this handful of trees down here in the middle, just because they don't want them in the way. And it should give me room to put in a couple more fields, you know, expand our operation there. So I can start getting a more... I'm trying to get right now for the crop is a lot of the crops are coming up harvest at the same time. If we actually look at this. So like I've got the oats just came up. We're gonna plant the canola, which will come up in June. But my other two crops both come up in October, and then I've got nothing for a while. I'm gonna try to aim to have like one field will plant canola, we'll have another field we plant like wheat and barley. So that way it can be like I harvest this one this day, I harvest these two over here, and you know, we'll have probably sit there and go and have where I can. Actually, it will be good because we'll start harvesting in June. We'll have stuff to harvest in July. If I get potatoes in that, we'd have stuff to harvest in August. And you get the idea. So we can have like this whole range of time that I can be harvesting and planting things. That way it doesn't end up being a weird situation where I go and, you know, plant all my things and then we fast forward like half a year and then harvest them all and then fast forward half a year. Because we're not quite into that thing. Don't. Jamie, here, look, you could wrap up for the day, Jamie. The AI will do this thing where it'll back up across the entire field and you get to that last stripe. It's like, nah, we don't need to be doing that. All right. So we'll get this plowed real fast, and then it'll be, like, then we're going to advance the day. Then we can do our sale of all of the goods, what are we talking about? The mushrooms, that's the word. The mushrooms and the flowers. We could do that sale real fast in the next game day. Which will probably actually be a 2-tripper. We should get like a little bit better money than if I sell today, because this is the worst month of the year so far as the amount mushrooms and flowers are. Well, actually, I think the flowers are okay, but the mushrooms are worth. Which is the reason I didn't just drive over and sell them real fast. I'll be able to top off our gas, top off the maintenance on our tractor and all that. And we can check to see if we can't get ourselves a better tractor. I think we'll be in the range that it'll be possible. Alright, so let's quickly go over here. I'm going to hook this up, mostly so I don't forget that it's sitting here. Okay, it's also getting ready to be dark anyways, so we're going to fast forward to the next day. And let's hope that we can get a medium tractor on a decent sale. I mean, actually, if we could get a large tractor on a really good sale, I might even be able to pull that off, because that'd be mid-200,000s. And if we get it like half off, that might actually be in the realm of doable for us. I'm gonna see if I can't stack this all into one load. I don't know if I can, because I know the boxes could go 3 high, but I've not filled up 3 high to know what the limit is. And I think this tractor can handle pulling it that much. I mean, the little 25 horsepower one could handle 1 full delivery. The 100 horsepower one should be able to handle, like, a delivery and a half. When I say handle, the little one, it's like handle with an asterisk after it. It was a ridiculous struggle. What? Alright, well apparently I'm wrong. I thought we stacked it 3 high before. That's fine. So we'll go deliver this real fast. And then we will check to see what's on sale, pick up the next load, take it over to sale. And then depending on the sale situation, if I can get the medium tractor, when we drive this back, I will take this back, hook it up to the thing to pick up stones, and then put the person who picks up stones, tell them to start working on the field. And how are our fields looking? They should not be ready to harvest yet. Yeah. But basically I can cut them loose on that, so while I work on like filling everything up, at least they're getting the work done. Like I even slightly debated getting a second of this tractor since it's cheap, because at least then I can work on this stuff while the person's working the field. It's the fact I only have one tractor that can really do any meaningful work is the big limiting factor for me multitasking right now. But the concern is if I blow like $40,000 on a second of the same tractor, I'm delaying myself from being able to do things faster and more efficiently. Meanwhile, I'm going to mark that's done. I also need to go and, after stream today, I need to figure out... We had a Make Me Play redeem for Guild Wars 2, so sometime in the next week or so, I want to do that to get done. Can you hire 2 AI workers if you have 2 tractors? Yes. You can have... I don't actually know if there is a limit, but there is a practical limit in how much you as a person can run around and be like, okay, go start working on this, run over to the next one, okay, go start working on that one. You eventually hit the point that they're going to start finishing stuff while you're trying to run down the next one to get them to do the next thing. It also becomes a little bit hard to manage in your head how many different people are doing how many different things. Alright, so that's $32,000. So that puts us over $107,000. We are going to get a bit more money, probably an extra $16,000 or $18,000 would be my guess. Come on, good sale. I mean, that is a tractor. And it is 462 horsepower. Which, if that were possible for it to make happen, would be fun. But there's no way I'm making our $80,000 in game today. So let's wait to buy the medium tractor until we get the second load dropped off and see where we're at. Because we might get lucky and be able to get ourselves at least something in the medium tractor range. I feel like eventually, even if I don't build on the... Because I'm going to try to avoid buying the tile with the shop on it. I'm debating doing it so I just carve a path through those trees and put, you know, a side road to go out there. But yeah, so we're going to pick up the rest of the mushrooms, the rest of the flowers, take those all back to sell. We'll do the drop-off of water while I get this tractor. Yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll get this to sell. We'll get the person set up to start pulling the stone. I'll start filling up all the water. Then we'll ride back down there to... Well, actually, I'll teleport down there. And we'll just see what our options are for tractors. Because unfortunately, the only tractor for sale, well, would have been a very acceptable tractor if I had the money. I don't have the money. Nor am I selling this tractor to make the other tractor happen. I think having 2 not as good tractors will do me better than one better tractor. Did we get in our box yet? No. Okay, that's fine. These are all probably out of water, so they're not even producing right now anyways. Now, it is a thing in this game that I could bypass this step of actually selling things. You can tell the buildings just to instantly sell it, which is fine. I imagine most people, once they get past early game, they would do that anyways. But you don't get quite as much profit, which that's not even the part it's worried about. It's not as, it's kind of not as fun when it's just you put water in the building, and instead of where you get that exciting payout where it's like 20,000 all at once, 30,000 all at once, it's like you made $500. A little while later, it's like you made $500. They just kind of like trickle in, and you actually lose track of what money you're even making. And plus, it's just fun to go over the sell pad and just watch all the stuff disappear and watch your bank account go up. Just scraping along the side of the building a little bit, don't worry about it. There we go. You just need to be stubborn, that's all. Okay, so that is... I don't think that's going to be 16. I think that's going to be like 12,000. It's really hard to guess. I know one full load from them is around the 25,000 mark, give or take, depending on what the price is. Because we actually look at the price. So I can go look at, say, for example, mushrooms real fast. Where are you, mushrooms? You're here. Mushrooms. I actually look at, so like right now we're in August, I believe. Yeah, so our price went up a lot. It goes up a lot more next month, but I want the, like I could wait for the price to be the highest and like buy and sell at the right time, and that's not a bad idea to get the most bang for your buck. But I kind of really am hurting for that other tractor now. If we look at the price range difference, it isn't like this is double that. It is almost, it's like a little over 200 extra per box. So we're talking this whole thing, it'd be about 1,000 or 2,000 more. Hey, little mama. The category should be updated now. If it's not, you might have to refresh. That does happen. This is not House Flipper, no. Yep, yeah, good, so it's updated. We were playing House Flipper. We played that for just shy of 5 hours, I believe. And then for the second half of stream, we switched over to this. That's pretty typical for me that I will play 2 games in a stream. Unless I'm doing like a hard variety day where like, like Next Fest, where we're just burning through a ton of demos. Then sometimes I'll do more. Or if I'm doing one where we play a demo, actually it was 16,000. Look at me, just getting it right the first time and then being pessimistic. But there'll definitely be those times that we will play a demo and it'll just be like, no, this is a miss. Or like it'll crash a bunch or whatever, and you're like, all right, never mind, just moving on to the next game. Like honestly, when I do the Steam Next Fest, if I don't wait to see other people's opinions, I just start grabbing every game that sounds good. It usually is like, if I were to play 10 demos for Next Fest, I'll probably find 1 or 2 that are like good games. You're like, oh man, I'm really excited about that. We'll find probably 4 games that are like, it was fun, but like, nothing super exciting. And then the rest of the games will be like, probably not. That tends to be somewhere in that range is like the deviation. Because like there's a lot of the games that look decent-ish, and then you actually sit down and you play them and they just have like really big glaring problems. Am I using any mods? The only mod I'm using is the map itself is technically a mod. It's a map. And I am using the Universal Autoloader mod, which all that does is, instead of having to grab a forklift and pick up pallets one by one, you just pull up next to them, you hit a button, and it starts just teleporting them onto the thing. So it does give me a definite advantage, but hear me out. It gets extremely tedious to forklift every pallet one by one once you get to the mid to late game. Like, doing one of these a day would be fine. Doing all 4 of these, where I'm loading up like 20-30 pallets every single day, would get pretty obnoxious pretty fast. realistically, what you do is you take those and tell them to not store the goods, but instead to just, you know, just auto-sell the goods for the discounted profit. To not do it that way. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and get the person picking up the stone. Then we're going to go ahead and have the AI take over this one. And I will take over the little tractor, fill up those greenhouses with water so they get producing again. And then once we get that going, we're going to see if I can't get myself a medium tractor so that I can still be productive while the AI is doing this. Alright. Oh, you AI. Have a good time. Alright. Now, I do want to be careful that I don't spend literally all of my money on the tractor, and the only reason I'm saying that is I currently have the AI doing work. If I run out of money, understandably, people who don't get paid don't work. That's a very understandable stance to take on these kinds of things. I forgot to fill up the tractor with gas. I think it'll be fine for that, but I'll have to stop and do that for the next field. Alright, so mushrooms should be producing again. Like, it'll be nice when I'm making enough money that, you know, every couple of months I can, you know, buy more equipment that can handle stuff, like higher-end stuff. The big problem is a lot of stuff that isn't, like, just grains in general have their own, harvesters and have their own seeders and all sorts of stuff. Like, potato has their own entire set of equipment to deal with. So I can't just grab and be like, okay, time for potatoes. I have to buy, like, all the potato things. Alright. I need to grab myself a new drink here in a minute. And I know I mentioned the last couple days that I had a thing coming up yesterday that was related to an announcement that I cannot share what it's about yet. The only thing I'm going to update is that it will either be, I believe, this isn't set in stone, it's very possible it could change, but it's either going to be this Tuesday or next Tuesday the actual announcement will occur. And, like, the stuff related to it will be, like, you won't have to wait, like, I won't be, like, announcing it and then, like, 2-3 weeks later it takes effect or whatever. Once the announcement happens, like, it'll already be out there, you'll get all that going. But I can't tell you what it is yet, because I'm not the only one involved with it, and it wouldn't be fair to the others to spoil it. And all that kind of good stuff. It's fun stuff. I think everyone will, I think a lot of people will be like, that's awesome. That kind of thing. I can't really go into specifics beyond that without risking spoiling. Even though I'm pretty sure a few people have figured it out just based on conversations alluding to around it between me and other people. But no one said what it is directly. And if people start guessing, I'll sit there and say, like, other than, like, memeing guessing, obviously if people are memeing and all that, which is what we've had mostly, but if people try and, like, start to, like, actually guess, I'll sit there and I'll put a stop to it, just, you know, in case people hit too close to home on it, that my reaction gives it away kind of thing. But should be fun stuff. Alright. Well, this fills up. I'm going to take 2 seconds real fast, and I'm going to grab myself a new drink, and I'll be right back. So thank you so much for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a moment. Well, at least we did enough damage, it's gonna die. No! No, no, no! What have you done? Why would you punch a warhead? Classic. That is such an old clip on the channel. Like, you can hear how far back that clip was from. That I'm using push to talk in there, I don't have my noise suppression, I don't have my noise gate properly set up. So you're hearing click, 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 click every time I go to talk. Versus nowadays, I've done a lot to make, like, there's been a lot of effort put into making the quality better. Because I don't even remember us pushing for affiliate back at that point. I think that was pre-affiliate was actually that clip. It's one of the oldest clips on the channel. One of the only other clips that's like that old is every once in a while I have a Project Zomboid clip comes up where you just basically see me just standing in a group of like 3 zombies just getting absolutely just shredded just in the middle of a road, and there's like no other zombies on the map. And it's the same thing where you hear like the push to talk clicking on and off. And then you hear me like reading, I was like, oh yeah, so we just died in this one, and you know, we got 81 kills, which was, for the time, my personal best. You know, we survived 2 weeks or whatever. I feel like at that point, I had already started turning up the zombie pops, like, way before I had any business to do it. Which is also the things that I felt, you know, forced me to quote-unquote get good. Was because I dialed it up, and I was either going to get good or I was going to be absolutely miserable and angry because I would get nowhere. Alright, so we got about $123,000. Now we don't really want to spend all of it because I don't want, you know, the person dealing with the stones to... Okay, so you're still going. Cool. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to teleport down here to the shop. And we already saw that they didn't have anything on sale that... You literally just add some for sale. Yes, it's happening right now. I just said I wasn't going to do this, but my god, yes, please. Absolutely, yes. Okay. I'm pretty sure we just jumped all the way up to a large tractor that's got 300 to 500 horsepower. Let's see. What size tractor is it? Large tractor. Yeah, it does the whole thing. It's like, I can't pay the AI, but hear me out. We got a much bigger tractor. Then instead of driving here at 16 miles an hour, we could drive at 33. And that's within a bad state of repair, which is part of why it was discounted. We bought the discount one, so I'm pretty sure we got it about half off. Because it costs us $122,000. And I think this thing normally runs like $240,000, $250,000. I'd have to check when we get back there. That's actually streamer RNG. Okay, so how long do you have to... So you just spat out a new box of mushrooms. You just spat out a new box of mushrooms. This is kind of what I was hoping. How long till we get more flowers? About 12 or so seconds. Well, actually, more like 20 seconds. Are you doing that? Oh, no, that's... We have this weird thing. Oh, I guess those are just there. They don't actually fill these up. Okay, so you're about to get out a box of flowers. You apparently... Oh, right, because it took me longer to get that one. It's fine. Took me longer to get that one filled. Okay, so my hope is that between some of these crates, I can try and keep the stone thing running. There's no point in me switching vehicles for the stone piece. And the reason for that pretty much boils down to it's a little stone thing that's really tiny. It's going about as fast as it can. If I had more money to buy the bigger stone thing, then this tractor would absolutely speed it up. But being I'm just trying to do a quick sale real fast just to be able to keep the AI working, we're not exactly sitting on a whole lot of funds to do anything that's not necessary. But this does mean when I go to do the cedar, I can actually, you know, do the cedar. Because it was next month we harvest, right? Yeah, next month is harvest for both the other fields. So before I go up there, I'm just waiting for this to hit 1,000. We got about 10 more seconds. No, we don't. It's not 60. We have about half a minute. So we'll let that do its thing. Because we should have plenty of time, because even though it says, like, you know, every so often to be like, you paid the person $600. If you actually look at my money in the top right, you can see it ticking down $1 at a time. You're actually making pretty okay time, if I'm being honest. It's not a great time, but they are making pretty okay time. My other hope is I will make enough money to repair this thing up, because repairing them isn't that expensive. I also don't know what state of repair this thing was in so far as time as well. It'll probably tell us. So this is probably the Brettle. Yeah, so this mower is apparently a used mower that's been used for 4 years. And it's currently cost me $9,660 in operating costs versus the money it's helped me make, I think is what that's saying. You're the Brettle, right? No, you're the New Holland. Okay, so New Holland's only been used for 27 months. I'm wondering why that's saying... Alright, let's go deliver this. So you keep her person paid. All right, man. So I'm doing a harder version of this challenge off stream to put together some YouTube videos. At least that's the plan. We'll see if it actually comes to fruition. The thing that makes the other one much harder than this one is I have a rule that I may only buy used equipment, which you can go, okay, so you can get stuff at a discount. Your money gets farther. How's that harder? The problem is, for a lot of the operations you want to do, you need like 8 or 9 different pieces of equipment just to make it work. And the big problem there is, you know, making the 8 or 9 compatible different pieces of equipment happen. So what ultimately ends up happening is I'll get like, okay, cool, I can get a tractor, but if I buy this tractor and I don't get, you know, like I have to get like this thing for mowing grass or that thing for this, you know, to be able to make it meet. So it's like trying to make sure you get all the things you need to make that happen. Okay, so 2,500 went repairing the tractor. So let's check here. So this is the New Holland T8.350 series. Let's see what that would cost if I had bought it brand new. Yeah, so that's $292,000 is what it would have cost me if I bought it new. And I got away with it for $122,000 because it's pretty roughed up. So we got it for less than half price, which was heckin' amazing. And the added bonus is the version I have is only 350 horsepower. When we have extra money, I can upgrade it. I think it said to like 490 or 450 horsepower. So you probably already can see it's moving more than twice as fast as our other one, hauling stuff around and all that. Okay. The other downside is I could try and help with the stone picking up if I had, you know, the bigger stone pickup thing, but I don't. So we can't really do a whole lot there. To be a little bit more careful. This thing's a little bit more top heavier than our tractor. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drop this off. And I think I'm gonna intercept that tractor when it crosses the field and switch them out. In case it does speed it up, and then it'll also give me the availability to take that tractor and go gas it up and repair it and all that stuff. Okay. Yeah, because this thing's getting pretty low in gas. Besides, this looks all new and nice, and I don't like it. I demand my tractors look like they're properly worn in. Alright, so let's see how fast we can actually get this going when it's deployed. Because some tools have like a hard limit on how fast the tool can operate. Other ones, the tractor will take a heavy influence in it as well. Yeah, I think that is going a little faster. Not much faster. I think it's going like 2-3 miles per hour faster. Alright, so let's go get this one patched up. It's almost out of gas. It's at a pretty, like, it's already not quite halfway down repair-wise. The gas is the first priority. That's the one that matters. The tractor can't run without gas versus the maintenance. It can be pretty roughed up and still run. Alright. So that's really exciting, because what that does mean is, so next month we're going to plant the canola, we're going to harvest the sunflowers, we're going to harvest the corn, so we should have a pretty good amount of money coming in. Well, and the canola being planted will be money out. Not much, though. And that'll be good, because like what I'll be able to do is send that tractor, the big tractor, to deal with planting the canola. And I'll let the AI take care of that while I grab the harvester and start harvesting whichever field. And then I'll use the other tractor. I'll just park it with the trailer. That's the word. The trailer that will put it in. So I can just pull up the harvester, you know, put the arm out, fill up the trailer, move on to the next row, that kind of thing. So we're effectively going to be running 3 pieces of equipment at the same time. I mean, technically I could have the AI also run the harvester, but I feel like in this particular case, I should run the harvester just because I feel like the planting is going to be the slowest step we have left. Alright, we're all gassed up. $65. And we'll repair it as long as the repair isn't more than like $1,000. Because as long as I don't drop below like 600 something bucks, I know I can wait out the Yeah, that's not bad. I can wait out the greenhouse producing. Cool, so I got that all topped off, repairs and gas and all that. So yeah, so basically we're just waiting for them to finish picking up all the stuff on the stone field. Well, the field that has stones on it right now. Once they get that all cleaned up, then we're good to advance the day, and then it's payday. What I could do in the meantime, while they're working on that, is I am going to stage the trailer, so that as I'm harvesting that, I can get to the end of the row, and just have the trailer right there, pull up to it, drop off. I should be able to get at least like 3, 4, 5 rows in the harvester when I'm clearing that field before it's full, but I don't know for sure. We'll figure it out. We can pull that into position. I can check to see how the greenhouses are doing. And I get a couple of those, or if I get low enough on money that I need to get a top off. Okay. Yeah, so no new boxes there. No new boxes yet. That's fine. They're producing, and that's what matters. Okay, I'm going to stage this over here. I think the plan is I'm going to put it between the fields for right now. Right around here, because it should leave me enough room to turn around with whichever field we harvest. So that way I could drive up the row of sunflowers, like do the 2 or 3 rows, whatever it gets to the point that's going to start filling up the harvester, drop off, repeat. And I can come back for it. Meanwhile, I can have this one, grab the flatbed. So I'll be ready to pick up our mushrooms and our flowers. Oh, there's the first flowers up. Yeah, so you're good there. You also just produced a box of... Wait. Oh, no, you're at 500 something. You're about to produce a box of mushrooms. Same here. Literally both those are going to spit out a box of mushrooms within a couple seconds of each other. There's the first. Oh, you got like another 10 seconds or so. Okay. What are you doing? Oh, I see. I was like, why are you just driving through the middle of the part you already finished? Never mind, that is actually what they're doing. What are you doing? You know you finished that part, right? Oh, Julia, you just aren't with it like Jamie is. I get it, you're new. You're new, it's fair. But when you finish the spot, you don't do it again. Clocking an hour for extra money? Nah, it feels like, what are you, okay. You better be just turning around to reposition. Which if you are, that's fair. Because the AI just does that. They have the most absurd way they deal. Where are you going? You're fired. Here, we're going to take you to the other side of the field, the complete opposite side of the field. And we're going to try again. Alright, who do we got now? Right, Jose. Buddy. I just had to fire someone for padding their time. Like, I pay an honest day's wage for an honest day's work. Don't pad the clock. Like, it's fine if you want to be a little bit inefficient to, you know, get yourself a little extra pay. I can look away. But if you're straight up just gonna keep doing laps over the same spot, look, there's limits here. We can only ignore so much. We're gonna follow them around because I have to wait in the greenhouse anyways. Might as well have us watching something. Don't do this, Jose. Jose. I thought you were better than this. I would say I had high hopes, but that's perhaps overstating it. I had some hopes. I had hopes you wouldn't reverse the entire length of the field over the spot you already did. Versus turning around. What are you... Okay, you're still backing up. I was like, don't stop in the middle of the field and do something weird. Jose, you're fired. Paid by the hour? Yes. Alright, who do we got this time? We have... Samuel. Alright, Samuel. Look, man. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm losing a lot of faith in the help around here. I need you to help restore my faith in the local community. Because it's been a rough day. We've got people who are trying to pad the clock out in extreme ways, friend. I'm pretty easy about these things. But, like, come on. Alright, what are you doing? Samuel. Okay. Samuel? You're worrying me here, friend. I was right about to fire you, Samuel. I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt. You're fired. What the hell? Alright, who do we got now? I'm blanking. Ezekiel. That's who we're going with. Ezekiel, come on, buddy. Look. I can only fire so many people in a day before people start asking questions. And for once, I'm actually justified in this. Like, they're straight up doing work that's already on. Jerome? Yeah, Jerome works. Jerome. All I'm asking is you go to the end of the road, or the row, and you do not go left. There's lots of work to do to your right. To the left, there's no more work to do. Don't back up the entire length. Thank you. Take it to the right. I need you to take this to the right. Are you doing it, Jerome? We have Jerome. We have Jerome, chat. Jerome knows what... Don't break my heart. Jerome. Oh, wait. Maybe I'm judging too soon. Don't break my heart, Jerome. Why are you the way you are, AI? Okay, we're gonna try this. We're gonna try this again. They seem to be wanting to favor going to the right. I didn't realize I had to babysit the AI this hard. Next up, we have Grace. Come on, Grace. You can do it. New tractor is way too fancy for them, I guess. Well, the worst one is they got a good, like, 8-9 rows on the far right there that they went perfectly fine with. And then suddenly it was like all bets were off. Oh, I know what I could do. I'm gonna actually wait till you get to the end of the road to make sure this person actually does it. If I have to sit here and do it myself, that's fine too. But, I'm really hoping I don't. You mean, if you're doing that meme, Let's Game It Out is the one who has Grace. That became a whole meme. I'm willing to accept you backing up to start the next row, as long as you start the next row. That is my only ask, is I need you to start the row on your right. I'm willing to... Don't. Why? Why? I don't understand. Why is the AI in this game so bad? It's a rectangle. It is a rectangle. It's pretty straightforward. Alright, who we got this time? I don't know. It looks like it might be Carl again. Last time Carl didn't get a whole lot. Now Lord saying this AI lacks the eye. It's just artificial. The intelligence isn't there. Because what I want to do is if this will actually cooperate, I can switch to the other tractor. I remember there was a couple of trunks of trees, like 3 or 4 of them. Then we can run over and grind them away real fast. Okay. You can back up a little. You turn to the right. You do your, like, 5-point turn nonsense. Oh, it's looking promising. What are you doing? Don't you dare. Oh, you missed a spot. I see. You missed a spot. You're correcting. I'm just going to hope it works out. I'm just going to hope it works out. I'm not going to look at it because I don't want to see it. I'm going to grind some stumps. And I'm hoping I don't see the job's done message. But I'm hoping we end up with new rows. And if not, I'll just do it myself. It's like Dungeon Keeper, artificial dumbness. Yeah, so I'm hoping that it's because we missed that little strip that'll get that sorted out. There's like 4-ish tree stumps like right here in the middle. I remember I had missed the last time. I noticed them when we were, I think it was like seeding this field or something. Looking for the little teeny, there's one right here. And there's one back here. There's one right there. And that might be all of them. Yeah, it's looking like that's all of them. Okay, because I just figured I could do that real fast while they're doing it. Like, should I just go through the... Wait, what are you doing now? Are we doing it? Are you going along the edge to do... What are you... I don't understand. Wait, did you turn around so that you could back up the entire length? Oh, no, you're not... That's fine. I'll just... Whatever's happening over there, we'll just ignore for a minute. The AI is physically hurting me. I am being delivered actual pain from the AI. Okay. So what are you doing right now? Didn't you already do that, Edge? You can run on mine before they finish. Well, that's the reason I went ahead and got the flatbed, is I do have probably a $2,000-3,000. I saw another tree stump. If I don't do it right now, I will totally forget it's there. When AI is that special, why don't you make it so their work is visual and work still gets done, regardless of them doing that? It surprises me how much the AI struggles, honestly. That's not the tool I need. Why am I grabbing that? I need that one over there. Oh, good. The AI finished their task. Congrats on that. You weren't anywhere near finished, but I'm glad you think you are. Alright, so 1 second. Let's just take a completely different approach around this. This way, no matter which direction they go that they're wrong on... Oh man, they actually have got a decent amount of the field done before everything went to absolute crap. Okay, so let's get to right around 90 degrees. Okay, I've made it so literally... Oh, it's Jerome again. I mean, Jerome, you were the closest to doing it right. So Jerome, buddy, I made it so literally you can turn left or right, and it still gets work done. All you have to do is go left or right. One width or whatever. And honestly, I don't even care if you get it that right. If you can at least be productive where I have to do slightly less of it myself later, I'm willing to accept that. I don't want to do the entire field manually myself. I'm really trying to avoid that outcome. Alright, so it's probably time that I need to do the sale if we're going to keep paying our worker. Yeah, all you need to do is the thing. Any one of them will be right. Alright, let's just... I'm not in the right position. We just go over here. Spin around to the other side. And this is just so we can keep the, keep our workers paid. Worker, singular paid. Because we're a little bit on a shoestring budget. We may have completely depleted our entire bank account for a nice tractor. Alright, so you're still going. You're doing that weird backup thing. I can live with that, though. As long as you stay on the end, you don't back up the whole row. Looks like you do have a second path you managed to pull off. Yeah, because it's looking like if I can get that to stick, it means I only have to do 2 or 3 passes myself, which is fine. I'm guessing the reason the AI does that weird backup on the edge and everything... Oh, no, I have to do like 5 or 6. But that's okay, because when they finish that job, I'll just move them about halfway into the next one and kick them back in again. But I'm guessing the reason why the AI does like the weird turns at the end versus like going wide and around is they probably wanted to set the AI up so that if you have fields that don't have a lot of space around the edges, that most of the time they can manage it. So far as the space off the field, versus if you had to like right up against fences and all that, the AI wouldn't know about like backing in and doing all that sort of stuff to hit the edge like, you know, a player could intuitively figure out. So I feel like it is a side effect of trying to make it so it could accommodate more variety of fields. It does it really badly when it does it. I might have to look into a mod that makes the AI a little smarter. I know they exist. I've been avoiding them. But, because I'd only want it so, like, where I could assign them to the field. Like, I drive the tractor, I start the job, I say, do it for me. I want to keep it like that. I don't want it to be one of those things that you wake up in the morning, you, like, you know, stand looming over your many employees. They do all of the work on the farm for you. Okay. Yeah, so good news, we're getting to near peak price for the mushrooms and all that, so we're making good money on that. Honestly, if we're lucky, by in-game... Yeah, so what we could probably do is potentially by, like, tomorrow, we can get our bigger plow for the really big tractor. That way, while I'm harvesting the 2 fields and the other one's planting the last field, by the time they finish planting the last field with the big tractor and I finish harvesting and taking the goods away with the little tractor, I can get a really big plow to use the big tractor to plow the 2 fields are going to need plowing. And let's see what we're going to be planting to replace what we've got up there. So we're going to be planting... Sorry, we're going to be harvesting the wheat and the barley. No, that's not what we're doing. Oh, no, I have 2 months till I can harvest those. Never mind. Right, so basically, once we're done... Oh, right, so today we're planting the canola. That's right, we're planting the canola today. In that field down there. The other 2 fields don't get harvested for 2 in-game months. At which point we're... Like, the only thing I can plant, I believe, is the veggies. Which is fine, if we can afford to do the planters for the veggies, which I'm hoping we'll be able to. Yeah, let's see. So, we have the big field, and I can plant the canola there. Oh no, those don't get planted there. So, when we harvest those, I'll be able to plant the wheat and the barley. Yeah, so we plant canola today. When we harvest the other ones, we'll plant the wheat and the barley. So I'll have canola, wheat, and barley growing. And then those fields will be tied up till the change of the season. Alright, how are we doing here? Alright. I want to get that field going. Oh, right, and we won't be able to afford the roller again, that's fine. Alright, we're gonna use our mower that's not quite adequate for the seeder. I'm just gonna let him keep doing what he's doing. He'll plant our canola. So then we can double up. And I could switch it the other way, but I don't want to mess with them. Yeah, so there's our canola. Yeah, because he'll do 2 rows and then he'll probably stop. Then I'll shift over there and I'll reassign a worker to start working the other one. Actually, you're assigned. You're unassigned. And we'll just try and keep ahead of the planter, which I believe the planter is the faster of these 2 operations. But I have a very strong lead. Okay. So the hope is, now we shouldn't run into any problems with the person who's doing the seeding and all that. And even though I probably should switch to that seeder using this tractor, because that tractor is technically not quite up to the horsepower it's expecting, it'll still be okay. So I'm going to go all the way to the left side in this one. No, I'm not. I need to try and stay ahead of this thing. Alright. Yeah, so the other tractor isn't quite strong enough to run that thing properly. My fear is if I stop it in the middle of the operation, it'll just not know what to do with it. And we'll run into the same problem I'm dealing with this thing with the stone, where I'm having to intervene like every other row and be like, no, I need you to do your job. Okay. Yeah, so we're cleaning up all the stone. And then once we get the seeds planted, since I can't afford the rollers, it basically means we'll be done with planting this. We advance the next month. We sell the flowers and the mushrooms again. We advance the next month. We sell the mushrooms and the flower again, and then it is harvest time. It is payday, as it were. That one's slightly wide, so I missed a tiny spot. It's okay. Which another thing we'll actually be able to do is it won't be too much longer till we can turn around and get ourselves a bigger seeder as well. I think the big plow is the first move, though. Get the bigger plow, because that'll be good for a lot of things. We do need to get the extra tile, and that's just that while I have the AI taking care of a field, I can get another field prepped to just get more farming done. Get more crop variety, get more space to operate, all those things. Looks like a good chance the stone picker upper is gonna fill up before I finish this, which is fine. Because I think I have enough lead, I can just drive this back to the sell point, sell the pile of stone, and go from there. Yeah, let's do one more pass and then I'm gonna have to sell. Okay. Or maybe not, like... So, we've gone up 1% in this pass so far. They've probably got 3 more passes left. 2%. Okay. Yeah, so we are probably going to fill up before it's done. So this could be the pass that we take it back, because if I go to do 2 passes, yeah, if I do 2 passes, there's a really good chance it'll be full before we finish the pass. Because while we're on this side, we'll take it back, we'll go to the sell point, dump out the rock, and get our, like, $100 or whatever it is. Then roll on through. All right. We gotta drop off all that stone we're cleaning up out of the field. Like I said, I'm pretty sure we have a strong enough lead that the cedar's just not even remotely going to catch up to us, so we shouldn't have to worry about, you know, the field just not getting done, that kind of thing. $112. Cool. All right. Yeah, you do not work very fast. All right. We ground up all the stumps we saw. It honestly could be a thing that what we do while we wait for them to finish is we do have a little bit of spare money, is I could actually sit there and put part of the road in, like just the part that's on the cell. So like start getting some of the cosmetic stuff there, because I don't think that's expensive. We'll see. Like if it ends up being pretty pricey, we'll stop. But if it ends up being just a little bit, we can smooth out the hill behind the greenhouses to make that less of a pain. You know, put the road down, whatever. We'll figure out what it's going to run. We'll also see what my tile choices are. Because I haven't decided if I want to make, like, a nice, like, you know, proper, like, cement asphalt kind of road. If I wanted to, like, have a gravel road where it's, like, you know, they just dump gravel to set up a road. Or if I just want to go through and not even, like, the full width road, but, like, have, you know, where I take the dirt and I kind of make two little tracks through the grass. So, you know, it's still grassy, but it's where you can see it got worn down by vehicles rolling through. The downside is I can't attach the road to the main road because I don't own the land in between yet. But it'll be a way to start making this place look like a little bit more. But the big thing is it gives us something productive and interesting to do while that person puts down the seeds. Yeah, now we wouldn't have even been close to these rocks. I only had 3% left, we're already up to 7. And I've still haven't finished the final row. We'll probably end up 9 or 10%. It's all good. And I think I am going to take my chances of trying to swap out the tractors and see if the AI will still do its job. I'm really concerned it won't go the way I want it to, but I do feel like this is going to be way faster than the other one, because that other tractor barely can move with the thing. Alright. Get you out of the way. Now we'll get the other tractor set up. And if I have to babysit, I have to babysit it, but I'm hoping I won't. Gonna try and line up with it perfectly. Not move it an inch forward or back. Okay, so you picked up on the row. You're definitely going a little bit faster than the other one, because the other one I think it was bounced between like 5 and 6, so it's not tremendously faster, but it is slightly faster, which is still important. It also occasionally downshifts, so like go fast and occasionally like downshift, slow down for just a second or two. So it got back up to speed. Turn right, turn right, turn right. Okay, so he's gonna pick up where he left off. Don't make a liar on me. Heck yeah. You go. John, I'm gonna go with. You go, John. Good job on doing your basic stuff. So let's go down here and see about terraforming some land and how we can make this place look. Because the game should continue running while I'm doing this. Alright, so we're over here. We can tell by just is the tractor moving. Yeah, so it's still going. Alright, so the first concern is if we go back here behind my greenhouses, you'll notice this isn't flat. It actually gets to a very steep incline right there. So I'm going to make the grass part of this level, but we're going to leave the rocky part of that high. What was the button to make you larger? You're here somewhere. That's more intense. There we go. So it did kill the grass in there, but now if we look at that, there's still the edge over here, but this whole area is flattened out, so it'll make it a little bit easier to maneuver around there. Still not perfect, but that's fine. Okay, so that's the big one there. And now we go painting. So what I want to do is you want a road down along here, and I also want a road to go over here. I can't go over here because this is technically, this area is past there, but I can make the road through here just so we have it. So now I actually have to make my decision. So you have mud, concrete tiles, dirt, forest ground, dry grass, dirt, gravel, gravel, gravel dark, pathway gravel, rock. Let's take a quick look here. What can you do to remove the giant rocks? Some of these rocks, you have a tool you can break up. That's definitely not what I want. You can break them up. Cobblestone? Cobblestone will work. Oh, here. You know what we can do instead of that approach? Where's the make it bigger tile? But there's a tool you can get in the front of certain equipment. That, it's just a hydraulic spike that it goes like tap, 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 and it just keeps doing it till the rock, you know, fractures and falls into pieces. Not all rocks work, though. Some of them are, as far as the way the game works, not considered removable stuff. What part I want to do in that spot. I did again down there. Yeah, so you see, if I bring this over here, when I go to curve, I'm out of the zone. Alright, so I did mess that up a little bit, but I kind of figured that was going to happen. So now I want to go the other way. I want to make this palette smaller. Why would you go that far? It's fine, actually. Because you can actually see that there is stuff under there. You just can't make it out. And I don't, like, I was going to make, like, a dirt path here. I think I'll wait till we don't have anything planted, because I'm a little scared of trying to put anything between there that'll just get destroyed. Yeah, so you can see we're putting the road along here. Actually, I could probably make this start. We might be able to do this. Because I think this one isn't going to be like a proper road. This is going to be dirt. Actually, the dirt doesn't seem to be doing anything. Nor does the... There we go. I won't be able to keep going with this much longer. Spending all our money. Yeah, but then the idea is I would take that and connect it down here. All right. Well, I hope your days aren't as stressful going forward. Yeah, so got that going. And how are you doing? You're making good progress. You're about halfway through the field. You can see the idea here where I've got this going here. I want to keep going with it, but I'm a little worried about the money. And I am deliberately trying to make it gradually go to the left. Here, we can make this bigger. All right. Because I also feel pretty okay about the gravel being a bit sloppy versus the cobblestone. Because like cobblestone, you know, pavers and all, you're going to take the time to make sure you get that right. Because you measure everything. Alright, and shrink you down. Alright, we gotta stop around there. I wish this would be slightly more along the edge. There we go. Paving Paradise, putting up a parking lot, yep. Yeah, so as you can see, I can't quite get it all the way I want to. This is where it switches to not our land, which is interesting because that implies this greenhouse actually goes over my property border. But I also don't have really the money to do more. Maybe we could do another sale, which we probably will. Yeah, that's... That is... Here, let's back this up. It's like a pretty good start. We've got our 3 fields, we've got our road over there. We've got our gravel that goes out towards these. Because the idea is like you'd take the time to like properly pave, or in this case we put down pavers for cobblestone, which is definitely not what I would expect a person to do out here, because cobblestone, yep, water check, that's literally what I'm working on. I figure we'll do our water check real fast. Oh, unless you mean me hydrating, which I have a redeem, but we can do both. Have you ever just... did you ever just have an existential crisis right when you're about to fall asleep? Yup. Yes, I have. That was a lot of my time in college. Later college especially, when things got really, really dicey about whether or not I was going to finish my degree, which I did, but there was definitely a pretty good period of time that there was a question mark to that. The university I had gone to was ending the degree program I was in, and because they're ending like the entire school whatever of that, if I went to switch majors, I'd either have to switch colleges to stay in a similar major, which would still have set me back about a year, or I would have had to do a significant switch in majors, which would set me about a little over a year back as well. So needless to say, as someone who is stressing about how I was going to pay for college because the price kept going up, like at the end there where it was getting really dicey, I was stressing out. Like my existence was stress. I did make it past the finish line, but there was many a poor night's sleep stressing out about that. Was game, but you hydrating was a good call also. Yep. Eyes closing, brain goes, hey, why aren't we alive? And now you're wide awake and confused. No, the brain has the habit of doing that. It's one of the things I've found to help myself avoid that kind of garbage, because brains are mean like that, is having either like some not particularly invasive music or an audiobook that's not too involved kind of thing. Like I found for me getting the best sleep, it was finding something that would engage my brain more than not at all, but not much. Because if it engages you too much, you start focusing on whatever it is, and then you can't sleep. But if it's not enough, then your brain does as your brain does, and it goes, hey, you know that interaction you had with that one person you like? Were you a jerk when you did that? Even though like everything is fine, and you'll be like, wait, did the way I said hello, did that sound trite? Did I like clip the O too much? You know, did I come off as off-putting that like I didn't want to be around that person? Like you start doing that whole mess. Even though like the other person like the next day, because you'll get in your head about thinking that, oh, you know, you must have come across as like short, like you're just kind of tolerating this person or whatever, and you come back as like, hey man, I'm really sorry if like the other day the way I came across wasn't cool. And they're like, what are you talking about? I was like, oh, like I thought I came across as rude the way I introduced myself. Like, no, you introduced yourself. You're cool, man. Oh, you do that all the time? A lot of people do. And it's 100% in your head. Like, if you just didn't stop and think about it, everything would be fine. But your brain not having anything better to do goes, what if we second-guessed everything we did in our lives? And all you do is sit there and go, brain, can we not do that, please? I'm having a perfectly good evening. I would like to keep that. Welcome to your satisfactory curve. Oh, like you're playing Satisfactory and you put it down and then you sit there and like even though it's working, you just start second and triple guessing every single action. Yeah, brains do be jerks sometimes. They do really like to just cause mayhem. Oh yeah, no, that's one of the things I could do, like project, like social interactions is not the same thing, but one of the things I can do around projects like that, like again, like the satisfactory kind of thing. Boo, I can't quite get over far enough for that box. We'll deal with that in a moment. But for like the satisfactory kind of thing, is I will go out of my way to scuff something right from the beginning. Just like deal with the perfectionism by making it so it was never an option. Take a conveyor belt and just immediately spaghetti it. So that way the perfectionist side of your brain never has an opportunity to see perfection as a possibility, as an option. Like that's I've been really bad about doing my planner lately, but when I did my planner, the very first thing I did on my planner was like in the opening paragraph, misspelled something, then crossed it out. And it's like, this will never be perfect. Get it out of your head. It can never be right. It can never be perfect. It can never be wonderful. This is something for function. You don't have the time to sit here and go through and try and make everything amazing. And that was a lesson I got from a friend who was also a like really bad perfectionist about stuff. That she was like, yeah, it's the first thing I do is when I'm working on a project and just immediately do something wrong. I reject reality. I shall make it perfect. Well, right, and that's the thing, is you'll sit there and you'll spend 2 hours on something that really should only take 5-10 minutes because you want to make it perfect. It's like, no, it doesn't need to be. It needs to be just good enough. Like, it's down when you're talking, like, something like art or something that you're doing for yourself as a passion. By all means, put the time in. Be a perfectionist. Do it. But when it's something for, like, work, they're like, no, we have kind of a hard time. We need to actually get this out the door. That you could sit there perfectionist and make it take 50, 60 times as long as it should have to get that last 0.5% better that no one will ever notice. Even it means moving that splitter for 1,047 times. Yeah, no, that's I used to be really bad about that, and that advice my friend had given me is how I broke that habit by messing things up right from the get-go. And I don't mean like major ways, like you have, you dunk your planner in a thing of paint where the whole thing is absolutely unsalvageable and unusable, but just making a quick imperfection right from the get-go that you cannot fix. Which obviously video games let you fix things. But, you don't allow yourself to fix it kind of thing. By putting that there, it helps break that habit because you can't get into that whole spider web, that whole loop of trying to perfectionist everything when you've ruined it from the start. And ruined's overstating it. Alright. Hey, Cornelius, how's it going? So they should be done seeding relatively soon. And then once that's done, we're ready to advance the month again. Like at the end of high school when you just made sure you had a good enough grades to not have to do another exam before graduating, and then didn't do any work anymore. Oh, I had a bunch of friends who did that, where they're like, okay, like, the teacher does the whole thing. It's like, well, the exam's worth this much. The midterm is worth that much. These major projects are worth this much. Your homework's worth this much. And they did the math. They're like, okay, if I do all this, I'll get a 75. Like, even if I zero the exam, I get a 75. Okay, whatever. My favorite was, the one was always an overachiever, but just basically was burning out. And came down to, like, the very end that they had a final project, and he was in a situation where he didn't have to worry. He could zero the project, and he would still get, like, a low A. And a bunch of people basically, like, kind of bullied their way into being on his group for the final project because it was a group project, thinking that he, being the overachiever, was going to basically carry the A if they did nothing. And he was willing to do his part, but if they didn't do anything, he's just like, all right, whatever. Like, it's on them to do their part. And so he let the project get like completely just utterly flubbed. And, you know, a bunch of them were not in the same situation. They're, you know, were just really upset about it. It's like, what? You know, I did my part of this and nothing more. I was told that, you know, my fair share was this, and that's what I did. I didn't catch anyone who fell behind. It's not my problem. Which isn't a good attitude, but, you know, anyone who did group projects in school also can 100% understand people having that attitude, considering how often you get stuck in a group who would do nothing. You're like, man, I don't want my grade to fall apart because of these people. And you had no authority over them or anything that you could be like, hey, you know what, I need you to carry your weight. You complain to the teacher, and half the time the teacher's response would be something along the lines of like, no, it's up to you to get your group to work. Yeah. I didn't have that attitude going into senior year, but a big part of that was I was fortunate enough that I knocked out most of my required courses other than like one or two well before senior year. Like, just the way it worked. I had like the one English course, the one, I think, actually no, did I ever finish the assignment? I had the one English course, I remember that much. I had one math course, and I think the rest were all like, they were all stuff I wanted to do. So I was mostly on electives at that point. But that's because I gave myself an absolutely horrific junior year where I got ahead on a lot of it. Which the junior year was not happy times. Alright, the field is all planted. So I'll top off the cedar for when I need it next. That's your attitude now in work life. If you're not getting paid for it, I'm not doing it. Your mantra is, not my monkey, not my circus. Yeah. Alright, so we've got all that planted. We're all good. We topped off the water. We did our sales. So we are ready to advance things to the next month. Let's double check, make sure I'm not messing up my things. So next month is just... we will sell our, we'll like deal with our greenhouses real fast. Once they're done, like we'll check to see if there's anything I can buy or sell worthwhile, but otherwise we advance to the next month. Because, you know, that field is planted and growing. Nothing for me to do there, and those two fields aren't ready for harvesting yet. Oh, that's a hotspot. So it's like, wait a second. Yeah, so that's next month that those are ready for harvest, so let's go fill up the water. And then we'll go from there to sell time. Ooh, actually, are you full? You shouldn't be full, right? No, you're not full. Okay. Your senior English teacher was great. It was my first period, and at the end of the year, she let me go and sleep in class. Yeah, so I liked my senior English teacher. Like, she was a tough teacher, but she was one of those ones that's like tough but fair kind of thing. But I don't know why even, but for whatever reason, we were like super behaved in that class, like more so than normal. Just weirdly so. And at the end of the semester, it came time for the exam, and she had this multiple choice exam about a bunch of the required readings and yada yada yada. And only like 5-10 minutes into the exam, she's like, 1C, 2D, 3B, 1A, and just like was reading off the answers out loud to us all. We're all just like quickly, like frantically, you know, filling out our exams. And, you know, she just like chuckled at us. Like, you've all been so well behaved and all that. Like, every one of you's doing fine. Like, this exam's a freebie for you. None of the other teachers ever did anything like that. But, I don't know. It's just, I guess just the readings we found interesting. Just the personalities gelled. I don't really have a reason why we were so well behaved in that class. But, like, she never once had to raise her voice or anything. She didn't have to, like, you know, stop kids from being disruptive in class. People got their homework done. It was just a class that we just all got along with. Same students, we go to another class, like the social studies class, would have problems because, you know, someone would get in someone's business or whatever. Unlike the English teacher the year before, the teacher was fine, but it was just the students in that class that were always up to no good. Can you automate the greenhouse for water? I don't believe so. At least not that I've found. This game in the base thing doesn't let you automate a lot of stuff. Like, I can have my helpers take over the fields, but I can't like pull up the map and say, helper, do that field. I have to physically drive the tractor to that field, start the job, and then I can hit a button and be like, helper, take over what I'm working on. So it still is manual. There are mods that let you automate stuff, but I've heard that they can be pretty hit and miss. But the base game, you can't truly automate it, because if you were able to automate a lot of the processes, you'd eventually get to the point of like, what are you actually doing? It's just not that style of game. Now, there is some stuff you can automate with the greenhouses. So, like, right now where it's dropping all those pallets on the outside that I have to then pick up and sell, I can actually sit there and say, go sell those. And it'll just automatically sell them. You won't see, like, a truck pick them up and drive them away. It's just, instead of appearing there, every periodically I'll just get a little uptick of money from the pallet I sold. But, so you can do that stuff to give yourself a little bit less workload. For this, though, the way I'd reduce the workload is I'm using the smaller water tank. I can get a much larger water tank that I can probably get 3, maybe... I don't think I can get all 4 filled up in one go, but at least 3 of them. So, you know, I can reduce the labor. And it can also be one of those things that as I get later in the game, maybe I stop worrying about the greenhouses in their entirety. It's also a thing I can make my... So, like, right now, 1 month is 1 day. With the settings I have, I can potentially change it to be like 2 in-game days is a month, so that the frequency I need to fill these up will be far less. Right now, I don't have enough things I need to do to really warrant me slowing down time, because like right now I'm basically just filling these up, selling, and then we're skipping to the next month. But later on, I could make it, you know, every 2 days is a month and all that. Play in real time. There are people who do it. That every month is like 30-something days, like 30-ish days. I think they set it to 30, actually. No, they're probably set to the actual amount. I actually don't know what the settings allow you. I think it would be you'd have to set every month to be like 30 days or whatever, and then 24-hour days. There are people who do it. But, I mean, you can still fast forward. It's just... I don't know. Like, I could see doing that if you had the whole map. Like, the whole map, I could see potentially, you know, making your days that or months that long might make sense. Even then, I feel like you would end up fast-forwarding a bunch of days. Or let me rephrase that. I could see doing that if you weren't, well, you weren't willing to, if you weren't willing to let AI do any of it, that you had to do every operation yourself. Because then I do think you would need at least 5, 6, 7 in-game days per month just to handle it. Survival thingy? Yeah, so the survival thingy isn't like survival game, like genre. The Survivor Man Challenge is you're on a map that has basically no contracts, anything like that. You start with $0, a chainsaw, and a truck and a place to sleep. And the truck is an optional thing. People have different versions of the same challenge. But the idea is you're not allowed to take loans, you're not allowed to lease, you're not allowed to sell the truck in the case we're giving the truck. So you start with $0, and you just try and build up a farm from literally nothing. And so the survivor is just kind of like gradually building up, cutting down the trees. You know, I'm sleeping in a burnt-out bus. That, you know, there's like been an oak stove and all that. But it's not like I have hunger as a mechanic. I gotta worry about that. We could starve or anything. It's just not that kind of game. It wouldn't actually surprise me if someone's come up with a mod that does that. Yep, I am sleeping in the wrecked bus. where we've got a bed that, in real life, I would take my chance of sleeping on the floor versus the bed. I think you can remove all the maps from the tree if you remember correctly. You can if I own the front post, the front point, I can cut down a sign that deletes all the trees in the map. But usually the way the game works in survival is you end up having to saw down. Where am I going? I need to actually pick up my merchandise before I can sell it. You do need to actually like take your chainsaw and saw down trees to make that initial money to do anything. And people have different strategies. Like some people go and try and get the stuff where they can cut the grass as fast as possible and then effectively use grass as a crop. It can actually be pretty lucrative. You'll also have people who will you and your honey. Oh man, I was off stream, I was messing with a harder version of this challenge. I'm like, oh, honey is something that I buy and then I don't have to put anything in at all, and it makes me money. I just sell the goods on the other side. Yeah, I didn't do the math of how much you make per month. It's like 50 bucks, and it's a $4,000 investment for like the medium one that gets you those 50 bucks a month on average. So it takes over 100 months to pay itself off. You know, just a casual waiting 10 years to make your money back. When you get flowers and all sorts of stuff, it increases the profit on both ends, so it works out to be way better. But that's not where we were at with the challenge. But yeah, I messed with that, and I got to the point where I could mow grass and make several $1,000s a month on that one before, you know, I came to realize how much better I could make it. Alright, so are you going to actually fit here? I don't think you are. Alright. Yep, we did get a new tractor the last month in game. It's actually a really good one too. We got a large tractor that can get between 300 and 400 something horsepower. Because we managed to catch it from the used thing a little bit over half off. So I spent 122,000 on it, wiped ourselves out to basically nothing, but got a large tractor that's pretty decent. So that this tractor will basically carry us to effectively end game. Like there's better ones than it, but it was a giant leap forward that we completely bypassed the medium tractors, which is what you do when you're not doing the Survivor Man anyways, is you tend to either buy a large tractor right up front, or once you manage to get a little bit under your feet, you manage to snag yourself a large tractor so you can work with the equipment. Alright, and then once we sell this, we go back to sleep when we wake up tomorrow. And then we got a lot of stuff I need to do in the next in-game day. Because next in-game day, I got 2 fields to harvest. $26,000. Gone is the day of wiggling up the hills. Yep. I wish you could make this kind of money this fast, just in general. Any good discounts? I mean, that header would be amazing if I had a harvester who could handle it. I was tempted to buy it anyways, but it'd have to wait for the, you know, the greenhouses to spit out more and it'd break the bank. So we'll just wait on it. If we have to pay full price later, we pay full price later. Alright. Yeah, so this thing goes like twice as fast as the other tractor when hauling stuff and everything. It can work the stuff like the seeder a bit better because the seeder is technically a higher horsepower requirement than our other tractor had. We also put down where our road's going to go. We put it up to the edge of the map where I can't build any farther than that. We got our cobblestone road in place along our fields. They got a little gravel road that goes out to our greenhouses, but you can see I couldn't quite finish it either because of the map borders. That's going to happen a lot. As we expand, I'll start, you know, adding some stuff to it. The next thing I want to add that's cosmetic, as it were, is street lights. Alright, and that is that done. So if we check our calendar real fast, We'll see, those are at the deep green for harvesting. They're not quite ready. But next month, because that's our sunflower and our corn, those will be ready to be harvested, so... All we did is we just topped off the water, and we went back, topped off the water, made a sail, went back to bed. And now it is time to get really busy. Was I supposed to plant something last month? No, we planted the canola the month before, so we're good. Alright, so... I have a lot of work to do. So first off, get our harvester in place and start working. Is it raining bad for harvest? I mean, in real life, in game, I don't think you really get a choice around it. Oh, harvesting while it's raining reduces yield. It is bad. Interesting, I didn't know that. Alright, so I guess we just park you for right now, and I will handle this stuff. Okay, are you greenhouses full, or, like, basically, do I need to fill you first, or empty you first? You're pretty close to full, but not quite. So what we'll do is we'll deal with the greenhouses first, and hopefully it stops raining. Considering we don't even have the rain icon, we have the cloud icon. All right. Yeah, so we're gonna start picking those up, getting all that going. And I'll probably, while we're all the way on the other side, is what I'll probably do is buy a much larger plow. Because that's the next order of business for those fields. Okay. Alright, so you're gonna start working. We can let the AI take this over. Because we got a lot to do today. And we'll grab this one, then the next one, then we fill up, take the water truck to do the next set. The next one, the reason I'm doing that order of operations is it takes a while to fill up the water truck. So rather than sitting there and just waiting for it, I switch back and forth. All right. And it works out pretty well. Yeah, so the plan will be to get the largest plow I think that tractor can handle, or that I can afford, whichever Whichever the bottleneck is, actually... We'll check the price of plow. If it's something that I could save up for, like just like one more in-game month or something like that, maybe we save up for it. But I want to make this sale happen. And then we can turn around and pick up the goods from those fields and sell those. Yep, nah, I've personally found, like, there's the cultivators, which are way faster than the plows. I found the avoiding the weeds, I'd rather just plow the fields. And, like, not bother with the faster cultivator, just plow the field, be done with it. Because it means I can pretty much ignore weeds as a mechanic. And honestly, I feel like that makes me out pretty much almost able to ignore the rollers as a mechanic, because that's one of the main benefits of that is the rollers for dealing with weeds. All right. I do feel like long term where I position these greenhouses isn't great for me. Yeah, with the plow and deeper subsoils, disable weeds. Yeah, the downside is the plow pulls up way more rocks. The subsoil thing, my understanding is you can pull up big rocks that you actually have to get machines to break up. I could be wrong on that one. That's just what I read. I've actually not used the really deep subsoil thing. But I do know both of them pull up lots of stones. Whereas if I'm not mistaken, the cultivator pulls up only the tiny stones. Alright, we can top this all off. We'll check to see how full our harvester is. Because the good news is that second field, I'll probably harvest that all myself. Right now I've got all the first thing in the morning greenhouse shenanigans to deal with. I could also see a thing that later on I'd get rid of 2 of the greenhouses, so I have like 1 greenhouse doing each thing. Because I'm also going to want to get a greenhouse for the regular greenhouses that are not part of this map normally. Like the vanilla greenhouses and all that. Because these greenhouses come with the map. Like, I had to build them, but they're part of the map mod. And those make lettuce, tomatoes, and strawberries, the ones that you make normally. And I'll want those for different procedures. Which does mean I'll have to build them. But that one I can make like one giant greenhouse. And I believe I can just stock it up in a big way. Okay, so you're still doing fine. I'm gonna spin around and I'm gonna pick up that extra mushroom crate I saw. Alright, and let's make a sale. And I'll most likely need to drop this off. Oh no, you know what? I can probably pick up the plow in the front half of the tractor, even if I can't use it on the front half. I pick up the really big plow, or as big as I could reasonably get away with. And it'll make that happen. And that should make our lives a lot easier. And I think the next thing I do is after the big plow is get the largest of the things for collecting stone. I believe that's 50,000 if I remember incorrectly. It's either 50 or 75,000. So that'll speed up that process as well. And that'll be kind of the way it goes. We'll just upgrade one of the tools as far as we can to speed up our operation. But pretty soon I am going to need to get a second field, or a second part of the map. I can start setting up more fields and all that. Make it so I have less months and I just have to like fast forward and get on to the next month. Okay, so discount-wise, we've got bigger planters and all that, which is nice. We got a bunch of other stuff there, but we're not going to worry about that. So we're looking at our plows. Oh, how much horsepower do I have? We're at 351, and I believe that tractor can get up to 400 something. Let's take a quick peek. Yeah, so I believe this one gets up to 435. So that's our actual max, is 435. Alright, so we can get one that's 6 meters wide. So with that, I'm going to save just a little bit more money. We'll see when I do my harvest if I can get that last little bit I need to push us over that 75,000. So I can get the giant plow, because that'll let me put the giant plow in this thing and cut the AI loose on clearing that field, and it should go way the heck faster. Wasn't there a smaller plow with a PTO shaft connection on the end? I have no idea. So what they're saying is a smaller plow that I can attach like 3 or 4 of them together. I'm trying to go by that assumption. You saw some news, but I'm not sure if it's a mod. Yeah, I always forget some stuff you could daisy chain. Alright, so I need to grab the bin here. So the big problem I have right now is the way that thing's moving. I won't be able to pilot this pass. The arm to drop off the harvest is on the other side, so I have to wait till it turns around. I can look, because if they do have it, maybe we can make that work as well, because I'm just looking for as much area coverage as possible. Are you going to fill up before you reach the other side? Yes, you are. Yes, unfortunately, you see the arm is on the left side, so only barely too. Yeah, it's going to get like 80% of the way down this road, and then the road's going to be full. That's fine. Yeah, I still managed to do like 90% of the field with, well, not 90. Did a bit over half of the field without me putting any effort into helping. All right. I wish you could have boom arms at both sides of combines. Yeah. I mean, the answer is you just, basically, it goes one way, you just sit out, and then you, like, pick it up on the other way. Alright, let's get you back to work. That requires either more attention to be paid or more players. This is true. I honestly don't really have that much of a problem. It's just like right now where I'm trying to do a bunch of things at once. Okay, so you're at only 20% of the capacity you can carry. So in the meantime, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop out here. And we're going to teleport our way down to the sail point. And see about that plow. Since we're waiting anyway. So plows. So I'm trying to remember. So that's got weights. I wish there was an easy way to see what connections things have. So you don't have a connection to you. That's fine. You don't have a connection to you. Yeah, I can't tell. I don't think that's one. That one definitely doesn't. Yeah, I don't think they do. Like this one looks like it sort of could, but I don't know much about farming equipment. Because like that to me sort of no, because it's not a connection point there, and this I just think has to do with like the hinging and on all that. Yeah, so I don't think the vanilla has where I could sit there and just attach one after the other after the other after the other. Because in theory, then I would be able to potentially attach 3 of those together, but that would still, yeah, it might have been a bot. So that'd be 3.5 meters times 3. We'll just round it up to 4 times 3, so 12. And that big one is 6. So I mean, it would be bigger if that was the case, but I don't think it was. Now the Pack-O-Matic, I'm assuming that it effectively has the rollers. I was never really sure about that. All right. It's adding something roller. Yeah, that's the thing. I've never really noticed. And I was always under the impression that you roller after you plant. That the order of operation was plow, plant, roller. You know, and then, well, plow, stone, plant, roller, wait. You know, look at your watch and wait patiently for crops to happen. Alright, so bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom, and we could chill and watch the Combine, do Combine things. In the meantime, thank you so much for tuning in, and I will be back here in just a minute, but thank you again for tuning in. Okay, and I'm back. Let's see. So what I'm saying, normally because you plow loosened soil, if you roller the packet back immediately, why bother? Yeah, that's the thing. Like in my understanding of why you roller something is that it is primarily dealing with one, it can push the tiny little stones back into the ground so they don't hurt your equipment nearly as much. But yeah, but you're going to you have that. And the other thing is to weed manage, that you like press the dirt. So yeah, it's one of those things, if you pack it together, you'd assume it'd be difficult for your seeders and all that to do their job. One of these days, you're going to go AFK and come back to the Combine somehow upside down and halfway across the map. Maybe. I've only had problems with like the physics of this game really breaking down. When I'm doing anything related to pallets and logs, those have gotten me a whole lot. Where like weird stuff happens because of the physics around those. And like it can also be when those are loaded onto stuff. Especially if they're not strapped down kind of things. And then if I'm doing like really funky stuff where I'm like trying to wedge vehicles in places and that kind of stuff. Yeah, so what we'll end up doing is we have this one last pass that the harvester needs to do. Then we'll do our pickup. You saw a trailer get launched into outer space by a log once. Oh yeah, I've had some pretty wild stuff happen with logs. There's a number of the clips of Farm Sim on this channel involve logs doing really wild things. So I'm kind of curious. I assume what'll happen is when it finishes this last pass, it's just going to stop because it'll count as its own field. That's my assumption. But technically, that's the right equipment to just do the field right next to it. So my plan is to ride along next to it, have it dump out the sunflower stuff. I assume it's sunflower seeds in here. And then while we go to sale, I'll go ahead and get it going on the corn. All right. You love watching the trailer fill up? Yep. Yeah, so I'll take this thing, once we're done with the field here and they stop their job, I'll take it over to the other field and put the AI on to start harvesting that. I know the other field is going to have problems with because of that rock. You know what I could do? It'll be way less efficient time-wise. Alright, so you finished your task. I'm going to make it go horizontally versus, like, wide instead of long, which does mean it's going to go way slower. Oh, so you're saying, like, do the first pass or two like this. And then just pass it off to the AI. It's not a bad idea. My luck, the AI will just absolutely do terribly after this point, but you never know. I'm gonna do a third pass. Just get as much range around that rock as possible. Okay. That way I know it has enough turnaround space on the other side of it. Alright, now we can just turn around the whole way here. Alright, so it's doing its thing, so let's sell ourselves some sunflower seeds. And then we can drop off the trailer. Get the plow. And I'll have the small tractor for picking up the stuff, because the small tractor, not the small tractor, the 100 horsepower tractor can handle this thing just fine. We can get the big tractor to start plowing that other field. Not the small big tractor, the big small tractor. Alright, 6,300 for that. That's sadly not enough for the big plow, but I'm kinda hoping.
Thank you Sol Adams for subscribing for 1 month.
Thank you, Soul Adams, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. It does help a lot, so thank you so much for that. And I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you again so much for that support. I really do appreciate that. How much is the plow? 75,000. I'm hoping we'll have more mushrooms and that ready. In the meantime, I'm just going to park this trailer right up here, so just chunk. Goodbye, trailer. We'll go over here and see if I can't scoop up a couple of boxes. See if we can't push ourselves over the edge on this. Then get just a couple more thousand. Will be good. And we're literally harvesting right now. So when I do that, I'll be able to pay for the, oh yeah, we should be solid. Having a box of each. This will be 5,000 or 6,000 or so. Yeah, so I should be able to drop these off. Make the money real fast. We'll bring the tractor back over. Actually, here. 1 second. No, never mind. We're good. Sorry. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this back. We'll sell it. I will buy the plow. I will probably check in on the harvester to see how full it's getting. Get the 100 horsepower. Was that planter? Was that a planter or a tiny plow? We do have both a planter and a tiny plow. Okay, so you're actually ready for the pickup. Tell the tiny plow to fund a slightly bigger plow. The problem is the tiny plow is worth only 1.5 thousand brand new. And at least I think that was the one that was the 1.5. It's not worth much, is the whole point. And that's before we used it. And we have used it for several fields. Okay, I believe it is on the left is where the arm is. Which does mean this thing's going to be full before I'm in position. Yeah. Yeah, and it's slowing down because it's almost full. It is full. Let me in. There we go. That's some cord you got there? Yep. But that's fine, because we'll keep this going. I'll switch over to the our vehicle. We can sell our stuff. Get the plow. All that good stuff. Actually, you know what we can do? I can actually take the flatbed on this. I can drive the other one over with the flatbed, drop the flatbed and just leave it there, bring the plow back, get it set up starting to plow that field. When the harvester finishes, then I can turn around and just have this tractor go, do its drop off for its sale, and then pick up the flatbed because I can just hook the flatbed on the back of that. Alright. Bring the plow on the flatbed. We don't have super strength, so I don't have a way of getting the plow onto the flatbed. I would need some type of like forklift or something like to get the forklift with the header attachment to lift it up to drop it on there. To then, you know, strap it in. So yeah, we're doing all of this with no super strength, no forestry mod. The autoloader is the only mod that changes like gameplay functionality. In your opinion, the store should have a forklift to help load stuff? So a lot of the maps, they do actually give you that. But you can just take the forklift as your own kind of thing. Alright, so I don't actually care about the rollers and all that, but here is that one. So it is on the very edge of what a tractor can handle as is. But I can upgrade this tractor relatively inexpensively to 400 and something horsepower. So we could deal with this struggling a little bit right now. And then, you know, have it in better shape later. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright. So we got ourselves our fancy new plow. The biggest plow you can get. Is it a reversible plow, by the way? I actually don't remember. No, I don't believe it is. Oh, yeah, it's reversible. I'm not quite in position. We'll start from the other side, where I've got more room to move. Alright, and just like that, we've got 2 fields going now. The AI working them both. And that'll be getting pretty close to full, so we'll be able to pick that up. Now, my big hope is that that does not back into my cornfield when it goes to reverse. I'm hoping it'll pull out there. Don't. Where are you going? You're really scaring me with that plow. I'm just watching this and just mildly having a heart attack. No, don't do it. Okay. Nope. Stop. Oh my god, why? I think if the AI does it, it doesn't kill your crops. Versus if I, the player, were just rolling through my own field, all of that would have been just completely decimated. No, that's on me. I'll fix my positioning. I can check out in a moment, because when I reach the end, I can't get the corn what's going the other direction, so I'll reposition. I can check to see how we're doing when we get there. Alright, there's a good chance it's going to push the limits. Now, good news is once I get past that first pass, I shouldn't have to worry about that. That can be a thing in mind that maybe I have to put the fields a little bit farther apart in the future, just to avoid that problem. Which it could even be that we just make these 2 fields into 1 field. Why are you blinking? Okay, yeah, no, it didn't kill the crops. Like, he drove through them. But like I said, I'm pretty sure with the AI, because they don't want it to be like the AI scuffs and just kill, like, kills all your profit of field because the AI just has a moment. That'd get people to absolutely throw a fit. What's going on? No, everything's fine on you. Alright. But yeah, you can see how ridiculously much faster it is going for plowing that field. Like, it's only to take like 5 or 6 passes. It probably will finish before this harvester finishes harvesting. Gonna lurk and try to sleep again? Well, I do wish you the best of luck in actually getting that sleep. Why are you doing that? Yeah, because, like, that harvester backing up in that field would have absolutely destroyed it. Okay, so it is still... No, actually, it's going to figure itself out. Yeah, so it does have a thing where The AI doesn't kill your crop when it does it. Come on, cruise control. I'm trying to slow down a little bit. There we go. Good news, they could turn around. Bad news, you got corny about it. Absolutely. All right. And we go over here, meet up with it again. The plowed field is getting pretty close to halfway done already. Are you going to do production change eventually? Yeah, that is the plan. Like, right now, I just don't have the space. But, where the dirt road goes to the middle, my plan is to almost make, like, a little town in there that has all my production chains. That's the plan, at least. I keep debating back and forth where the next tile I buy is this one to put down more fields, or this one to start setting up production chains. For a little while, probably hauling lots of stuff around town for a little while. More than likely what will happen is as it gets farther and farther along and it becomes more and more of a chore to haul stuff around, I might start taking some of the businesses, like the greenhouses, that, you know, they don't feed into a production chain, they're just done in the state they're in, the flowers and the mushrooms, and I'll switch to, like, just having them auto-sell or something. Or it might be the reverse. I'll keep doing the ones that I sell, but have some of the stuff that just moves stuff around and have them handle it themselves just so I don't have to worry about it. Or I'll sit there and I'll slow down time. I haven't decided yet. That's one. It depends on how things feel after a while. Because I feel like the selling is the most entertaining thing to see. It's just like watching the money rocket up. And like watching the stuff disappear out of the bin. I'm trying to turn on cruise control. Your cruise control set to 6, man. Slow down. Slow your roll. There you go. Once it gets too chory, you hire drivers. Yeah. That's basically my thought about it. There's no, like, if they had the AI you could hire drivers or whatever, I would. But once we start getting to the point where it's like, okay, I'm spending more time just driving around frantically between stuff. Like, the driving to sell, I think, is fun. But the driving around to, you know, just pick up the boxes from this place, drive them over to the next building, and drop them back down, that'll stop being fun pretty fast. But that's also one of the reasons why you load auto load the universal auto loader, is because it is one of those things that alleviates that. Because the thing that gets old the fastest is getting all the pallets onto your vehicles. Like with super strength, it's not quite as bad, but I don't have super strength turned on, which means forklift, lots of forklift. All right, you're almost done with your field. You got 2 more passes with that plow, and this field's done. I'm really heavily debating making this one field. It does simulate hiring drivers, if you remember correctly. From what I remember is you don't actually see the vehicles driving between stuff or anything like that. But it does do a thing where they have like a speed that it empties out the building and fills up the other building, and then you get charged, you know, a % of the value or whatever the cost. Like there's an overhead. So yeah, they don't give it for you for freezies, which I think is totally fair and reasonable. What exactly are you doing right now on that tractor on that side? Are you backing up the whole way, or are you going to back about 2/3 away, and then you're going to put down the plow and just go and leave the end unfinished? Because I'm really feeling like it's that second option. That's what it is. So I'll have to clean that one up. Okay. The AI is slightly smarter than most humans. I don't know about that. The AI is pretty terrible at times. But something like that, I don't mind cleaning up one spot, as long as it's not too horrifically off. It's when it gets halfway through and it only like does half it, but it's like scattered. It's like, alright. There's no easy way to navigate this problem. Yeah, I'm thinking these two fields become one field. That when the AI finishes that one, I'm gonna take the plow here, and I'm just gonna clip the ends to like make it flat, and then just go down the middle way, and then let the AI take back over after I take it off making fields, for obvious reasons. I actually don't think the AI will make fields. It's only smart enough to work on the fields you've got down. Alright, so I think this thing actually full is pushing the limits of this tractor. It's pretty obvious that is the case, because we are... Oh, wait, no it's not. I'm being dumb. I have cruise control set down so I was going the same speed. It's still pushing the limits on it, but not nearly as much as I thought. Are you going to go back and fix your... I mean, if you're going to go back and fix your mess, I'm actually okay with that. What are you doing? We'll just let him figure it out. Yeah, so you're going to finish this anyway, so I'm going to go ahead and get this in position. Oh, is this all new since last stream? Looks like new stuff. We made a lot of progress. It's still from the last stream. It is the same one. We've just made measurable progress. We got a hold of this. So we got to check to make sure there's not a tree stump there. That could explain why that's being so weird. All right. So you have finished your task, and it says you have finished your task. One of you is lying, and the other is not. Alright, let's take a quick look here at the gap. Do we see a tree stump here anywhere? I do not. Because that was my first guess, is there was like a tree stump I had missed, and the AI was just having a fit because of it. Turned it the wrong way there, that's on me. I'm just going to cut across it both ways. Getting that lined up now is going to be a big pain. Oh, there we go. Some stumps are a pain in the butt to find. But the Combine could have had issues if there was one. Oh yeah, no, that's true. So it's just AI doing AI things. So we get that last little stripe in the back. I have overestimated how far that can go. Okay. Alright, so we've got that mostly sorted. Like I said, I think the two fields are becoming one field, is what I think we're doing. Just because of the size and all that, I think it'd be beneficial for me to do that. What two fields? You mean this one big one? Pretty much. Alright, to accommodate this, I need to turn on where we can make fields. I need to wait till we're fully on here so I don't actually plow out the field that way. Perfect. So I got that spot. Let's race all the way to the other end to do the same thing real fast. And we'll go up the middle, and we're going to turn off the thing where you make new fields, and I'm going to cut this person loose doing that. Wouldn't it be easier to go once than 3 times? Wouldn't it be easier for you to go up than 3 times to add that bit? I'm a little confused by what you're saying there. There we go. I heard myself today to see if I still field. See what you did there. I have to do 2 passes actually. Gonna have to fix that up. You could have started the plow in the cornfield with the create on. Basically doing this from the get-go. Well, the issue was I wanted to make it squared off on both ends, and this makes a big wedge shape. So I wanted to do, like, do the end, then come across. But I missed one spot at the beginning I have to circle back for. Yeah, no, I need to get a punch-in command. At first, I thought it was, like, only 1 or 2 people who had the punch-in kind of thing. I was like, nah, I don't want to, like... It's a great idea, and you don't want to feel like you're just straight up lifting it from someone. But as I found that there's more and more people who have their equivalents of, like, the punch, and I'm like, okay. Or I could do something like, instead of actually having a Punjin, have the thing, it's like, have it be like, if there was a Punjin, you'd be in it kind of thing. So kind of like a nod to the whole idea, but also having a twist on it. Alright, so let's fix this one area on the end, and then we'll cut loose with the plow. Imitation is the highest form of flattery? Yeah. But there's still a line between imitation and then taking other people's ideas. Like you wanna make it so you're inspired by other people's ideas, not taking other people's ideas. Okay, there we go. You know what a dungeon is? Yes. Alright, good luck, AI. I have no idea how we're gonna do at this. Because I made a little bit of mess in the one section, but I figure if the AI can knock out 80% of it, even if to clean up. Oh, you're asking, Oh, I'm sorry. What is the Punjin thing? I'll let Soul Adams have fun. You Googled it, found out. Yeah, that's how common of a thing it is that you can Google Punjin and it comes up with it. Which means, you know, it's a common enough idea that it's a known thing. Alright, little tractor. Let's go. So we got 80% a load of corn. And we need to up our cruise control again. Yeah, so it's kind of pushing the limits of what this tractor can handle, but it's on the inside of those limits versus before the other tractor. We were definitely on the outside of the limits where it's like we're doing it, but it's really not able. That's why axle weight is nice. It stops you from overloading. Okay. Oh, so you're saying axle weight, so, the tractor keeps traction. It has several meanings, but I guess the pun version applies to you. Yeah. But, there's two friends of the channel. I mean, there's more than two. But there's two friends of the channel that it's a very distinct thing that stands out, the Punjin thing. Like, it's a meme in their channels. So I do think, you know, I think my version of it's going to be that people could do, like, a Punjin command, and instead of being, like, you know, has been sent to the Punjin, I will make, like, a gag or something along the lines, if we had a Punjin, they would be in it. But still have, like, the counter. Like, effectively, it's doing the same thing, just having a little twist on the text. And give me money. It's not actually that much money. I'm getting about 6,000. Oh, man, the corn does not pay. But that's where we're going to need to get the other processes involved. Yeah, it puts a limit on the container fill level, what the tractor you could actually put. Oh, that's cool. But the other thing I could do is just keep buying bigger tractors. Wojess must be one. Yeah, Wojess and FG Squared are the two that come to mind who have Punjins that are well staffed and well stocked with people. Like there's other people who have it as well. But yeah, they're two people who have the Punjins. Okay, you are going. It's like, did he just stop? He's missing spots, but I feel like with that, making that field that much bigger, I can send them horizontally and it won't delay them that much. Because yeah, it is one dimension is wider, like bigger than the other, but it's not so. I mean, it's still quite a bit of difference, but I think it'll be that. If it does it automatically, so if a tractor can pull 10,000 kilograms, it stops a trailer filled at 10 kilograms, but if a tractor can pull 15, pulls 15, that's cool. Or I could overfill it for the memes. Oh, you know what? I was supposed to pick up the flatbed while I was dropping this off. That's fine. We can go pick up the flatbed ourselves. We'll check on the, You know what we're going to actually do? I'm not going to do what I was about to say I'm going to do. What I'm instead going to do is get the stone picking up thing and get it started. Because I believe we needed to plant today as well. Yeah, we had wheat and barley as options. Obviously now that this is one field, we're going to be wheat or barley. Which I'll just check which one has the higher sell price, and we'll go with that. Alright, so you're doing alright over there. Actually, let's see, do I need the water? Or are we still good over here? Probably still good. No, actually, we do need the water. You're already at the tractor? Okay. Like, they're only a little bit over halfway empty. But still. That is the one thing I'd want to adjust. I do feel like these, I do feel like the greenhouses here, the frequency I have to refill them with water and how much I need to fill them with, even for it being a month feels off. Now, for the amount of money you make out of them, it feels fine. But it does feel like they should just have their entire production cycle, like, knocked back a little bit. I feel like the greenhouse payments are overpowered. Yeah, no, I didn't know how good they were before we did this. It does feel like they are very strong. But them being a little bit laborious, like, I agree. So far as the amount of effort put in versus the pay getting out, maybe is reasonable. Do you have precision farming? No, I'm not running any of the... Like I said, the only mod I have is, like, the DLC, which aren't really mods, and then the automatic loader. Like, when I say literally the only mods, it's basically the map itself and then the automatic universal loader. I'm assuming the precision farming is just a rebalance of all those things. But the thing is, those two greenhouses there, those are part of the map. I believe the precision farming is like, it's an official thing, but it's not like when you buy. So it's sort of, it's not DLC in the sense like you buy it or whatever as an addition, it's a free thing. Like, cause mods are also DLC in the concept, but it is an official thing for the game that is maintained by them and everything. I've never messed with it, but my understanding is it's supposed to be far more like accurate to all that. I actually don't know anyone who really runs it personally. Maybe people do and I'm just blissfully unaware. Because, I mean, I could also... On my, on the other save I've been working on for the extra hard challenge, I could give myself a rule I'm not allowed to use the greenhouses that come with this map. I think that'd actually be fair. Because these feel pretty strong. But, like, maybe leave the other greenhouses as okay. Mostly because then, if I didn't do it, I wouldn't be able to access those entire production lines. Anything that needed lettuce, tomatoes, or, strawberries, was it? I think it's strawberries. I wouldn't be able to do without it. There's a bunch of things, like silage is another one that you can absolutely just produce money doing silage. Alright. Now that said, there's way more setup for silage. And it also does have a certain amount of labor you have to set up. But my understanding is the income from silage is really solid. I think in an offline game, the greens are probably best left out. But streaming, you need to keep the momentum rolling. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Depends on if you're doing barn or bale silage. Gotcha. My understanding was you get like the trough and you just sell the silage as silage, and which I guess would be bale silage. Hey FG, how's it going? Let me go ahead and get you a shout out because I believe the mods are all calling it a night at this point. I was blanking on how to type. I was blanking on the shout out command. You know, the word shout out. Why unrecognized? Did I misspell shout out? There we go. So shout out for FG Squared. For those who don't know FG Squared, I'm surprised. Absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a whole variety of games, including a lot of indie games. Recently been doing some House Flipper 2. Let's get that up. Get this. Okay. I had a thing on my screen that's a prompt. But basically been doing some House Flipper 2. Good times there. I don't know what the AI is doing right now. But we'll see. Oh, hey, such a cookie. Sorry, I didn't realize. I thought you just been lurking, so I thought you'd, called it a night or whatever. But yeah, so definitely good times over. Highly recommend. So you got... It's funny, if you look in the background, it looks like the other tractor is going way faster than this one. But they aren't going almost exactly the same speed. It's just the other one has literal wheels, so the wheels are spinning more times around, so it just makes it look like it's going way faster. I think both of them are going 6 or 7 miles per hour. The catch is, this one's doing 6 meters wide, and that's like doing 1.5 or whatever that is. So this one's getting way more done in the time it's taking. But yeah, no, I agree. I think for the challenge I've been doing offline, which is a harder version of this challenge, I'm gonna say no to the greenhouses that are in this map because they do feel pretty strong. I'm not unhappy with doing them for on stream. Oh, it's 6 meters wide? Yeah. Wait, actually, does that mean they're literally doing the same amount? I think it takes it long. Well, no, I mean, look at the way we're trying to position this. It's fine either way. I don't know what you're doing, and I'm sure I'm not gonna like it. But yeah, so definitely check out FG. Yeah, you can see how well our AI is doing with the plowing by looking at the other end of the field over there. So, okay, so you reversed it and backed up, then turned around, then reversed it. Ah, nicely done. We're gonna have a bit of cleanup to do. They're getting paid by the hour and not paying for the fuel. Yup. Yeah, it's still better, like, the fact that I can have one AI over doing their... Like, honestly, even if the AI does only an okay job, that's still not the worst. What are you paying this worker with? Manure? I mean, that might explain stuff. Mr. Comics guys, hey, Rual, I won't bog down the details, but you got some information that might help me move some funds around so that I can get out of debt for the next few months, and then take all that money and start putting a good chunk away towards saving. Certainly not out of the woods financially, but feeling optimistic for the first time in a long time. I wanted to share with someone, and I like you and your community, so I thought I'd share. Well, I'm glad to hear that. That was, I mean, most of the people here weren't here from the beginning of the stream. Not many. We do have a handful who make the entire stream, but I do stream for a long time, so it's usually some at the beginning of that. I actually had a whole thing at the beginning of the stream that about an hour or so before stream, one of our friends of the channel, Undead Baron, shared a video in one of the Discords we're both in, and I started watching and getting really into it, even though there's a whole bunch of other things I really needed to be doing, but, you know, hyper focus is what it is. And it was actually a video about a content creator who used to be a really big content creator, and the name doesn't matter, so I'm avoiding the name, even though it's like a YouTube video that the person obviously would agree to. But they sat down with another content creator who their whole thing is they do financial audits to help people, you know, fix their problems. And it was just fascinating to listen to. And it's one of those things that, like, you're hearing half the stuff, you're just going, You're what? But it's what happens. And I'm not justifying anything the person did who is in financial trouble, but one of his defenses he gave us, I was like, you know, he was never around anyone who had any money or could give him any advice, so, like, he didn't know what he didn't know. And, like, that's how I got to. Why are you just picking this up, driving forward? All right, you're fired. Like, I've had it. You're fired. It's like you're clearly milking out the last 5 minutes of your job. But it was interesting because it's a genuine problem that you run into, that you have people who they're in a family that you know, they didn't have money. Like, that's just not a thing that they had, so they don't know how to save, they don't know how to invest, they don't know how to, like, what debt is harmful, what debt is, you know, there's what's known as good and bad debt. Good debt is debt that ultimately is going to return, you know, have a return on investment. So, like, buying a mortgage is considered a good debt because you get equity and you get the house on the other side of things. That reminds me of Boogie 2988. That may or may not have literally been the creator we're discussing in this very moment. I wasn't talking about the documentary. I was talking about a individual who, again, their content they create is they do financial audits, but it was them sitting down with Boogie doing a financial audit to try and help him fix his finances. But yeah. But it was a creator who, at one point in time, had been fairly relevant, you know, had made, like, had been on the fence of being a millionaire and that kind of stuff, and just wasn't even sure if they were going to be able to keep their home, kind of thing, is how things went. Was it 2988 or what? Whatever. It's Boogie some number. And it's basically, it's the classic story of, like, when you have someone who becomes a famous athlete or a famous actor or whatever, that come from, like, humble background. You know, they came from the coal miners family or whatever, where no one in their family had that kind of money, and they just don't manage it well. Because, you know, a lot of people blame those individuals, and there's certain stuff you can, but a lot of it is they don't know any better. $1 million sounds like infinite money, and they don't realize the difference between, like, good debt and bad debt, good investments, bad investments, all these kind of things, and you make mistakes. And I actually have, like, for the people who get in there, like, it's really sad. Because again, you kind of understand how it happens, and that they didn't realize the mistakes they were making. You know, and then after people get in touch with them and help them out and all that, if they continue, then that's a them problem at that point. But it was just fascinating, kind of like having them not just like doing the pity party or, you know, telling the story of how it happened or any of those kind of things, but more so going, okay, you're in this really bad situation. Like, how do you fix it? Because it's not just spend less money. That's certainly a big factor. But going, okay, you have all these debts. Which are the debts that need to go? Like, you have these debts, you have this much you can potentially liquidate to knock out which debts. Like, which debts do you liquidate? What stays in your nest egg? How do you right this sinking ship? And it's just kind of interesting to, like, go through that. Which gets into, like, good debt, bad debt. A good debt, your mortgage, in theory, should pay for itself over time. You know, as long as you don't have, like, a horrific mortgage interest rate or whatever. Versus a bad debt, like credit cards, are super awful. Because credit cards, you know, if you're lucky, you get a credit card with something like 15% interest. And then if you start missing payments, or you just got a really bad credit card, they can go up to like 32% or something. I think that's where the legal cap is here in the US. And so you can imagine 32% of what you spent gets charged against you as just extra fee per year. Like, it could wipe out any help. Yeah, variable APR. Yep. Alright, so that was a really messy last little bit of plowing that field, but the field is plowed, so let's drop the plow up. Actually, let's go repair the plow in the tractor, and then we'll swap this tractor for that tractor, because this tractor is ever so slightly better at doing that than the tractor doing it right now. But it was the other tractor physically can't operate the plow. But yeah, so it's the thing about going through and just hitting all those things and going, okay, bigger picker-upper. It's basically that stone picker-upper. Like, the tractor takes longer to get going because it's not quite as high horsepower. So this gets a little bit better performance out of it. We're talking 5-10%, if that. I would like a bigger picker-upper, but I have $5,500 and it's not going to cut it. Alright, so let's fold this so I can actually get it into this place without fighting it the whole way. But yeah, no, it's just kind of interesting going through all that. Because it's also the timing of it was wild. Because I literally did do my budget like a day before. So it's part of why it was probably super hyper-focused interesting to me. Ow. And that's $1,700. But that's part of why it was so interesting to me, is I had just gone through, like, you know, okay, what expenses do I get rid of? What expenses do I keep? I immediately regret this action. We can make this work. So it's kind of one of those things I had just done. Yeah, Avatar Frontiers of Pandora. Yeah, no, I haven't checked that one out yet. I've honestly been pretty disappointed with most, like, major IP games. There's exceptions. Oh, I need to get gas. That's right. Not all of them. There's definitely been good ones. I also am not actually... The Pandora movies really didn't do it for me. It's fine. Like, they're cool from a technical standpoint. So, like, that part of it is interesting. But as far as the story, it's kind of like, eh. I'd take it or leave it. But yeah, I'll probably check it out. Oh yeah, I still have this up here. I've been meaning to pick that up. Oh, actually, I canceled the fueling up the tank early. Question mark? Let's try backing out and back in. Lots of similarity to Far Cry so far, but you don't have your air mount yet. So supposedly things diverge then. That makes sense. Alright. No, I'm not going to be that bold. I was like, let's be bold and cut through the middle of the forest. I'm like, you know what? That's a good way to get stuck there for 15, 20 minutes trying to get this plow through the trees I'm not allowed to cut down. What am I seeing on the right? It's like the antenna was giving like a detached shadow. Alright. Because we're also trying to, in this in-game day, get wheat planted. Or wheat or barley, either or. Both are in season. We'll just figure out which one looks like it's going to be better for our pay, and then we'll do that one. Scoot you back a smidge. There you go. And I said I was going to do that, and I'm suddenly remembering that the cedar actually takes more horsepower than that thing for picking up the stones. Let's see. Graphics are superb. FS3 is nuts. You're at 144 frames per second the first time with that. FS3. FSR3. I still don't know what that is. In this context, what is FSR3? Don't you need a planter, not cedar, for cereal? For cereal, yes. But the issue I have right now, looking at what we've got here, is I can't plant the sunflowers and corn and all that right now. So right now, I'm just... it's AMD adapter resolution frame rate thing. Ah, gotcha. Okay, so are we doing wheat or barley? Okay, so let's look at our prices for wheat and barley right now. So barley. At its peak is 367. At its minimum, it's 259. So wheat's just worth more. Wheat's just worth more. That's the answer. Wheat is worth more. No further discussion required. All right. So the thing that I think will be a problem is we're going to catch up to that stone thing gradually, even though it's moving slightly faster than us right now. This takes way less to turn it around than the stone thing does, because the stone thing, as well as ones, it's like here's a tractor and it's over here off to the side versus like in line attached. And meanwhile, how are we doing on our production stuff? You're still fine. And you're still storing stuff. Okay, now I got 3 pallets at each one. You could do inline, I think. No. So with the stone thing there, if you try and put it down, it says it must be unfolded, and when you unfold it, it puts it sideways. So yeah, so you see where that's talking, where it's like off-centered. You have to unfold it to use it. I already tried that earlier. That one. The bigger ones are in line right behind it, but they cost more. Like, ideally, I want to get the really big one. I think it's like, it's either 50 or 75,000 to get that going. But yeah, you see, so it arrived first and is getting in position, and the cedar is already moving. So each pass, I'm going to get about 1 tractor ahead. Of course, it's moving just plain faster right now, so that's interesting. That's fine, either way. As long as they're closest to the point I won't catch up with it, that's fine. grab ourselves a screenshot for when I go to do the thumbnail later. What am I going to upgrade next? That is a good question. I think the next buy might be an additional plot of land. It's kind of a toss-up. It can be an additional plot of land is one strong choice. Getting the better stone pick up thing is another good choice. I think the cedar, getting the bigger cedar, isn't that much of a time save, because the big thing is that this one doesn't have the same capacity as the other one. Is going to be kind of the big thing. So I think the stone pickup thing might be a good move. The extra plot of land will allow me to get more fields and potentially put up my next set of production. So I could see that being a thing. So like that's the 50-50. Do I set up another plot of land over there and then set up more fields, or do I set up the next plot of land over there? We put a road over that way and everything, and we choose one of the production buildings to set up. Like, probably the granary, I think, would be the first production thing to put up. Because I'm going to end up doing stuff like wheat and oats and those kind of things on a certain regularity. So I could see like, 50-50 on that one. Because setting up the granary or whatever thing means I have less work to do on the farm. You know, I just toss stuff in the granary and call it a day. Versus setting up the other fields gives me more stuff to do around that. I think the correct choice, if we're talking about money making, is to set up the production. That way I'm getting more income for the same amount of materials, kind of thing. Because then what I would do is I'd probably set up a granary and a silo. You're thinking a bigger header for the combine? So the combine is convenient for the harvesting, but it's not making me any additional money. Because we look at what we've got here, I did fully harvest this field within the course of the day, so a bigger header would just mean the combine sits doing nothing longer. Versus if I get another field, that means, you know, like, if I'm making 6,000 per harvest for field, I get N additional harvests. I get, you know, Y, like, 6,000 times the number of fields, and that's, of course, like, being very broad jumping. Yeah, the new plot, like, the new tile is the big one. The question is, do we set up a production line or do we set up more fields? Not sure if you'll have time the stone picker up and to reseed. No, it'll probably be okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, it depends on if we have the things that get harvested at the same time. If we do make the choice that, like, planting-wise, we have one of our fields is, say, oats. So we get oats, and then we set up corn, and we set up, you know, potatoes or whatever. You get the idea. Can you do flooded fields or cranberry in this? I don't believe so. I mean, we can actually look at all the crops we can sell. So we could do wheat, barley, oats, canola, sorghum, grapes, olives, sunflower, soybeans, corn, potato, sugar beets. That's just cut up sugar beets. That's the processed. Cotton, sugar cane. You've got dairy and all that. You've got wood and grass, which all hay is and all that. These are all processed materials down here. Lettuce, tomatoes, and strawberries, which those are greenhouse goods in this game. Flowers and mushrooms are greenhouse goods. That's a mod for this map. Red beets, carrots, and parsnip. So you don't have like citrus, you don't have like apple trees or pears or cranberries or that. But it's been kind of like each DLC they'll add like a new set of crops and all that. So I could see it being that maybe at some point we get a DLC for like cranberry bogs and that, or maybe we would get a DLC for like blackberry bushes, raspberry bushes, like those kind of things, blueberries, where you'd have like more of a different machines to try and pull the berries off, that kind of thing. Let's see, a faster harvest period allowed a picker to reseed earlier in the day. You think there's a mod for it? Oh, there's probably a mod for everything. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. I do think what I'm gonna probably do is, like I said, get the better thing for picking up stones. As one thing, because I could just get the best one right away. The big problem with the harvester head is that tiny little harvester, I think, can only get one bigger head, versus if I go bigger than that, I need a higher horsepower harvester to power it, and those harvesters get to be like $500,000, $600,000. Versus if I get like the largest stone picker, then I've hit the roof. Then I've maxed out. I could just like tick the little box, say stone harvest, like the stone picker upper. There's no more upgrades. I never have to think about it again. I do think the order of operations might be to get the other plot of land. The other plot of land is, I think, the next move. And I think I might, just because you brought up the timing thing on it, I think maybe the right answer is to go for the production line stuff, even if it means I'm only putting like 1 or 2 things on that tile right now, because I set up the yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Get like probably the plot, the flour mill, maybe the oil production thing. That way, you know, for different season times, that covers all of my grains, and then it covers sunflowers, and then there's like 1 or 2 others you can also, I think, actually, because it'd be what, it's sunflowers. If we look at our goods here, wheat, barley, canola, we'd all have stuff for. I think sorghum also goes to the granary. I'm not sure on that one. Sunflowers would also be in there, so that's 5 different types of things. Yeah, canola oil as well. So that's 5 different things we'd cover. I can't remember what you take corn to. I think the corn can go to the granary. I'm not sure on that one. So we'd have like 5 or 6 different crops we'd be able to do. Yeah, the flour mill. Yeah, so that's what it sounds like, is the flour mill and the oil production. Sounds like those are the things. So we get that tile, set those up. And then we'd probably basically leave that tile alone. I don't think, like, I might expand this field, like, to be out a little farther. I haven't decided yet. No, let's probably leave this field the size it is. Here, we can go and take the truck and go for a drive. Yeah, so I'm thinking what we'll do is we will take the road over here that we've put down. We'll keep it going pretty much in a straight line over this way until it hits the T over here. Yeah, so we'll have basically, it'll meet up here, and we'll make kind of like a little, not straight on T, we'll have it like curve both ways to get on this road. And I think what we'll do is, honestly, let's make it like a little city center over here. Yeah, so it'll be a Y, but also have like the straight line as well. So I'm thinking like literally like right here, we put the flour mill, granary, whatever it's called here, the thing that processes all our grains into flour. And then if we have space over here, now actually what we'll do, this side of the road, granary. This side of the road, oil production. That's what we'll do. Because I'm thinking we'll put the production back here a little bit off the main drag. And then what we'll do is, as we get close to the main drag, so we'll have like maybe another factory thing on both sides if they fit. And then maybe we put some just like plain old houses in the middle. To like make it look like there's kind of, you know, a residential area. So you got like your industry over there, you got kind of a little residential branch. I think there's like fast food joints or whatever you can build, like a chicken joint that is one place that you sell stuff. But like that'd be a business you'd have in the middle of town as your fast food restaurant or whatever. So kind of put like that in the middle of town, maybe the bakery in the middle of town. Oh, so both those tractors are already occupied. You know what we'll do? While we wait for the oh, right, I've got all that, fertilizer there. While we're waiting for those tractors to be free for me to use, I can't move the The mushrooms with the truck, they're too heavy. I can't pick them up. You'll figure it out. Let's go ahead and get the flowers delivered. Trying to preparing for suborbital launch, maybe. I'm trying to wiggle that just enough in that I can fit all 4 boxes in here, because I know you can. I've done it before. Not like that though. You know what? That's good enough. Oh, you're not far enough forward. There you go. Yeah, that's perfect. That's fine. It doesn't hook up to the flatbed. I've tried. We can try while we're there, but I'm pretty sure it didn't have the right hitch or whatever. I think I did that before I bought the very first tractor. Makes note, never again to pick up with Rual. Oh, you have missed so much worse, FG. I've had, there's fun trouble you get yourself into here. Let's deliberately make some chaos. You can keep going higher. We've been doing this with logs that I had like 3 tons of logs in the back of this pile, like 4 times as high as a truck. You'll notice it gets a little wibbly wobbly, but this actually isn't that bad because those flowers don't weigh enough. I'll still probably roll it if I go and turn at speed. But yeah, we had it where even like little turns like that, the whole thing would tip onto 2 wheels. I mean, there's a pothole up here. We could deliberately roll on the pothole. I've done it plenty. It's like, not this first one, it's the second turnoff. There's a pothole. So we get a little bounce there. And then we get a bigger bounce. Nah, actually we did fine. I rolled it once or twice. Give us a honk. Is that O? Oh. That's a pretty sad honk. It's a pretty sad honk. They just didn't make their horns that good in the 80s. I actually don't think that is actually true at all. I definitely remember some pretty obnoxious horns. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure this isn't the right hookup. We tried to do this before. Yeah, so sadly, no go. That's what duct tape is for. Or a small length of rope. Maybe some chain. I'm also trying to force myself to get into the habit of turning roughly where that road is going to be. So that I actually do that when it's time. Alright, so the track things are catching up to each other, but they're working on it. Yeah, and sadly I can't, like, universal loader this up. The truck isn't equipped. And also, sadly, those weigh like just a casual 700 kilograms. So that's for those. Hi, that was a weird jump. So for those who use Imperial units, it's like somewhere in the area of like 1,400 pounds. You're not picking that. You're not picking that up. I mean, I kept trying to lift with my back. It just doesn't work. What is it like the whole don't lift with the back? It's like, but it's your strongest muscle. Titan's in the tiny one. Yeah, we can do that. It's time. You gotta wait for it. It takes a moment to start. There we go. It's time to send the tiny little 25 horsepower mower to go collect the flatbed. It's not even remotely well equipped to do, but we have delivered a full cargo with the flatbed in this tractor. It wasn't a good time. It was a funny and hilarious time, so in that sense it was a good time, but it definitely was not ready for it. That's almost 2 horses. Whoever said farming was easy? Don't ask where the other half is. Well, I mean, that's where Centaur comes from. Or what was the other one I heard recently? There was another Centaur-like creature that I heard about that's apparently actually in mythology, but it's like it's a bear on the upper half or something like that. I was like, what? It's apparently actually a thing. But yeah, no, that's the whole thing, is we're like doing the best of their money. Oh, you have a full tank? Alright, I wasn't prepared for that. Okay, hang on. Stop working for a moment. Let's get this over there as fast as you can. Parisian burgers. Minotaur, but that's a bolt. No, it wasn't a Minotaur. It was supposed to be the same concept of like just, you know, a horse that had a bear for the upper half. Ooh, it's also probably good that we filled this up, because I just realized we're down to a third of a tank of gas. It could have potentially run out. Oh, TikTok is trying to kick me off, going, "We think you're idle." I don't like, I get that they're trying to keep people from like saying live and then just walking away from their computer or something like that. But it is such a weird thing to have like disrupt in the middle and be like, you're gonna get kicked offline if you don't put the puzzle piece in the right place in 30 seconds. I need a boop command. There's a couple of commands that it's like, I need to get that set up. I've just been hyper-focusing on too many other things. Because the boop command's fun. I've seen a whole lot of people do that. I think I've got an idea for a fun twist on, like, the pungent thing, because you know, it's a whole thing going around. Like, a bunch of channels have that. I think I have a fun twist about, basically, instead of being like, you know, such and such has been sent to the pungent, having it along the lines of like such and such would have been sent to the pungent if we had one, and just having it count up. We can allow that. Here, I'll get that in a moment. Got auto modded. How dare. Auto mod does auto mod things. Yeah, once you open the boop can of worms, you know, boops will happen. Oh, wait, gas. We're here for gas. We're also here for gas. Yeah, no, I caught it. But thank you. Because I absolutely do that all the time, where it's like, oh yeah, I need to get gas. And then you get like 2/3 of the way back and go, oh right, that gas I didn't pick up. But now I'm kind of like too far for it to make sense. I do think at some point in this run, I will buy this tile. I am going to cut a path through those trees and make a road down there. Just so I don't have to like backtrack. You had that in real life with shopping? I'm fortunately pretty good about it. There's only like 2 times in my life I could think of that like gas actually got sketch. And one I was just in the middle of absolutely nowhere, and then the thing came on, and you're like, I'm like 70, 80 miles from the nearest gas station. This is a problem. I did make it, but it was the point, you know, you turn off your AC, you get all your windows up, you get to like just about the ideal you can with like trying to be like in the best spot in your gear and just like trying to keep the speed constant no matter what, like hyper miling to your absolute max, going, please make it, please make it, please make it. And I told the story, it's been a little while. I told the story that I had one occasion that I lost track of gas, and then I got to the gas station and ran out of gas at the pump. Unfortunately, because I had coasted into the pump, I was on the wrong side, so I had to push my car around to the other side of the pump, which was a bit embarrassing. But a lot of people had a pretty good laugh on that one. You know, and people have been there where they've run out of gas before. But it's kind of those ones you're like, yes! And a few seconds later, no! Oh, you're saying you forgot to buy some at the store. Yeah, I've done that one. I thought you were saying that you went to get gas, but you went to stop at the store and you forgot about the gas. I've also done the one where, oh, here we go. I've also done the one... One second, let me get this in position. So last time I restarted this in the middle of the run, the AI betrayed me many times over. Alright. Now we're ready to get going on this again. But yeah, no, I've absolutely done that one. The other one, the one I'm actually worse about is you'll have something that at some point you were like, oh, I need to get more of this, and you'll go to the store the next time and you'll get whatever you were short on. It was like on your list or whatever. And then like the next 2 or 3 times you go to thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. The next 2 or 3 times you go to the store, you buy that same thing that you already restocked on. So there was like one point in time that it was like barbecue sauce that I had ended up picking up like 3 separate occasions, getting like 1 or 2 bottles of barbecue sauce, and it went to the cover, like, oh my god, I've got like 8 bottles in here. It's like, I am going to have barbecue, like, I might actually have barbecue sauce go bad before I get through this all. You know, something that's got a shelf life of like 2 years or some nonsense. And once the quest giver didn't know all that she needed, bought, so I went to the door 6 times. Yeah. But I've absolutely done that. I've done that with a couple of things. Most of the time, fortunately, it's not been stuff I had to worry about expiring. Like, not in a short-term kind of way. Like, if you bought, like, vegetables or fruit or whatever, you were like, oh, crap, now suddenly I've got, like, 3 bushels of bananas or something. Not bushels, that's oversight. But 3, like, things of bananas. There's never been anything like that. Where you're like, okay, You didn't want banana smoothies, but guess what you're eating, because it's the only way we're not throwing these away. Alright. And this tractor's going, I think I can, I think I can, I think I can. Considering it's struggling to get up to speed with the empty flatbed. Go by XYZ, coming back home. Oh, we need a blank too, coming back home. Oh yeah, no, I'm fortunate that's... Me and Toom are both pretty good about that thing. Like, one, we are both pretty good about, we have a list that we share between our phones. And that usually most time, and I'm the one who's more guilty about forgetting about it. Usually it's like, you'll use up the last of whatever, or you'll note that you're low on whatever, and you add it to the list. I'm the one, and it's ADHD things, I'm the one who's notorious about, I'm working on something, and I'm like grabbing a quick snack, and like, oh crap, like I just ran out of this, but I don't have my phone on me, I'll run upstairs and I'll do it. And, you know, you get upstairs and your mind's already back onto the other thing you're working on, and it's gone. It's straight up gone to the next time you see you're low on it, and that kind of thing. So I do that one quite a bit. And it's not that Toom's never done it, but it's 9 out of 10 times it's me. That does happen, but it's usually never anything like super critical like toilet paper or soap or something like, you know, something that if you run out, it's a genuine bad time. It's something like, oh yeah, we should pick up an extra frozen pizza, so I got a frozen pizza in the oven that, you know, or in the freezer, you know. For those days you don't, like, you don't want to run out and get something, or like, you want something you can cook fairly passively, like, you like, when, like, on my normal stream schedule, when it's 5 p.m. EST till 11, or sorry, to 4 a.m. PST, all those things are wrong, ignore all that I said. 5 p.m. EST till 4 a.m. EST, when that's like my normal schedule, that it's just kind of one of those things that because Toom would get home at around 9 p.m., that it's one of those things that you just kind of go, okay, well, there isn't a good time for me to do dinner, I'll just chuck a pizza in the oven, or chuck something in the oven, and it takes a little while, and, you know, then, you know, Toom gets home, she can pull it back out, and it works out well. Hey, Eggy-Maid! Welcome to being awake. That's a, that's... You woke up very early, if my understanding of your time zones are correct. I could assume you're in the wrong time, like a completely different time zone than you are. But, you need to get tested. People that have ADHD and autism are a touch too relatable. Neurodivergent conditions at Broadly are the most underdiagnosed thing. Right now, when it comes to diagnosis, it's somewhere in the area of, like, this is an out-of-date statistic. It's somewhere in the area of like 18 to 20% of people have some form of neurodivergent condition that has been diagnosed. No, I take that back. It was 12%, and the conservative estimate was around 20%. And then there is a lot of discussion that it might be considerably higher than that. Like, it might actually be neurodivergent is more common than neurotypical, in the broader, including all neurodivergence. Oh, okay, so it's early, but it's not as early as I was thinking it is. That's good. I was worried it was like 3, 4 in the morning early. Okay, so that means you're probably... Okay, I have an idea. Alright, so now we get to see this tractor struggle. We have done this before, and it was not a good time. But I flattened the ground. Oh. Well, I'm going to fight with it, because my other 2 tractors are busy, and I've got nothing better to do. Because it should, at this point, I should be able to slowly pivot. So everyone just mentally picture the Friends scene, where they're just like, pivot, pivot, except it's actually going to work at the end. There we go. It's just associated with the phrase pivot. Anyone who's seen Friends, they hear pivot. That's where it goes. Alright, and I probably shouldn't bother trying to take this with this tractor, but I am. Because like I said, my other two tractors, this tractor can't do the work they're doing, and I need, like, that's the higher priority. So I'm just kind of doing filler work while I wait for those to be ready. How are you doing on water? Okay, so I have to top you off. You're about halfway down. This is the tractor going, I think I can, I think I can, I think I can. I can still see they're doing stuff over there. That's one of the things I want to buy with some river money that's not needed at all. Tank is empty. All right. That's okay. They'll give that stone thing a little time to play some catch up. Yeah, so I wanna go ahead and get some street lights over here. So like along this side here, put down a couple of street lights. You never watch? It's a classic situation. So here, because the other tractor needs one to catch up. So if you think about the stairwells that do like this kind of thing where they go at an angle, like a lot of the 80s and 70s houses would have it, where you'd go in, it'd go up, it'd take a 90-degree, and then go up the rest of the way to the next floor. And they're trying to get... Actually, I can't remember if it's that or the pull you. It doesn't matter. But there's a corner. That's the important piece. But they're trying to get a couch up it. And there's like two people trying to actually lift and like turn it around, and it's getting stuck, because of course it is. And the person on the bottom is just saying like, you know, pivot... pivot, and it just kind of keeps going where it's like you need to pivot. And finally they're like, you know, we can't, like, the pivoting's not working. And of course they're not doing the intelligent thing of either turning the couch up on the end and then dropping it the other way, or you know turning it to its side so that the open part of the couch, because you know it makes like an L, is where the banister is. They don't do any of those things. They just try and like force it around the corner. But it's the whole, like, how long they drag out, you know, saying pivot a whole bunch. And then finally, like, one of them gets angry about it. Because sitcoms. But it's a whole scene where it's just being ridiculous with this couch. It's a fun scene. It's a memorable scene. But that's just the gist of it, is the one's being absolutely useless, while the other two are actually trying to work. You said you live in an apartment building. In order to go up a floor, you need to do two 90-degree stair angles. Yep, I had an apartment like that. Was it my last apartment that I had before I got my house? No, it was the one before that. Yeah, I had to do the thing where you went around like that. Actually, it was more than two, because it was third floor, so it'd be up, turn, turn, so that's two. Up, turn, turn, and that's the third floor. And I did take a couch up to it. You know what wasn't that big a deal? Taking a couch up to it, because you just put it on its end, you set it to the side, move it up the next one, put it on its end, set it to the side. Alright, so let's see if I can figure out where I left off. I don't know where you're going right now. I'm sure I don't want to know, because I can't pick on them for their messy work. That's not the planted row. There, that's a planted row. Getting stuff up is easier than down. Yeah, so okay, so I see they're not going to plant that last one themselves. I can fix it. I was trying to not have much of this work done at night, but in this particular case, harvesting a field and doing the entire process takes time. All right, so we'll let you go by. We're pretty far into the field. I'm going to drop that right about where they left off. Okay. I don't think I have enough time to plant the whole wheat field. to be honest. No, we're fine, because it's only 6 p.m. in-game, and the day flips at 24. So, my character still has 6 in-game hours. And we're more than halfway planted. And you gotta consider we didn't even start planting it till like 2, I think. 2 or 3. Alright, back to this. Like, don't get me wrong, we're not gonna have a ton of time to spare, but I think they'll get it. I think the issue is pretty soon is that seeding one is gonna catch up to this. The one picking up stone. Oh, that's not the right way. The one picking up stone. And I imagine what'll happen is the stone will make a little progress, and then it'll go and it'll be like, I'm blocked, and they'll stop, and it'll wait a little while and it goes down. If anything, slow down the time to 1 instead of 5 if it gets close. I'm not actually that worried about it, because even if it actually does go into the next one, we're still like... Actually, let me take this back before I say the next statement, because I could be wrong. Nope, actually we can't wait to the next one. I think we'll be fine. I'm not super worried about it. We switched to this view so I can actually see what the heck I'm doing. Yeah, now they're on the last couple rows. They'll be good. I don't even think it'll be close. I think we'll be at around like 20 when they wrap it up. Maybe 21. So this is where the where Sasquatch or the something comes out of the woods and comes after us, or we run into a UFO landing. There's clearly that point, right? Where there's no sign of any light anywhere. Why do I have a feeling Scary is a permanent resident of this channel? Not allowed to take away now. It is feeling like that. It's like, oh, it's been here too long. You didn't get rid of it fast enough. I'll probably add more stuff so it's not just Doki Doki. I also need to get like, I'm not gonna put any like super duper serious scary stuff on it or whatever. Like, you're not gonna see like Slenderman like rush the screen or anything like that. I want it to be kind of a chill pop-up thing. But I can see when you get like the Rual crab things made, that like it popping up will do that. Makes you laugh. Oh, come on, come on, you can do it. You can do it. The scariest is just Monica? Yeah. Come on. Come on, you've carried more than this up here. Slightly. The little grasshopper that almost could. Yeah, no, it's actually going fine. It's going much better than the last time. The last time we actually did come to a stop, that I still was able to get up. I just had to like wiggle the wheels left and right like that. So kind of like wiggle it, then it go straight, then we'd wiggle it and then go straight. And we're good. Need to force it to second? I mean, in real life that'd make no sense, because you get more torque on the lower gear. I mean, video game logic, who knows? It could all be moon logic. And sold. I mean, I wasn't watching. It could be possible it was in second gear trying to get up the hill. Oh, I see. So here's a question, chat. Oh, we could just use the mini-map. It's video game logic. I think it makes sense. Yeah, this feels like the intro to... This is a Walking Dead episode intro. That's what this is right now. This is a Walking Dead intro, where someone got a tractor working, they're just crawling around, their headlights are completely and utterly useless, and then, you know, you just hear, like, the zombies coming, and they, like, jump off and they run out into the dark. And now everyone is just breaking out scary in rapid succession. They do have, there are multiple cooldowns for it. There's one cooldown just in general that you can only trigger it so fast, and then everyone has individual cooldowns that are a little bit longer. So that way, because the idea is I want everyone to have a chance if they're going to use it. I do that with most of my stuff, except for stuff that's like once per stream, like the first. I can see the tiniest little bit of light in the distance. Yeah, we need to put some streetlights up. I'm driving by minimap right now, if you're wondering how I'm actually navigating. Hey, we found the road. I'm glad I put that road down. Even if it was kind of a waste of like $5,000-$6,000 for like, because it doesn't do anything functional at the time. It helps us navigate at night, I guess. That could even be what we do, is when we drop this off... Oh wait, we need to fill up the water. That's right. Oh, I probably won't be able to position this well at night. We need zombies. I think there's actually Halloween decorations you can get. I don't think zombie is one of them. Oh, that's not what you want. Alright. Yeah, no, I will. The problem is we basically filled up everything on this tile we reasonably can. Like, I could fit a couple more greenhouses or whatever if I really wanted to. But I think what I want to do is, as I mentioned, where we make, like, that city center kind of thing, I do kind of want to, take that city center and have, like, an area that is where we store a lot of our stuff we're going to be moving around in the map. I'll probably also have, like, smaller storage as the farm grows to, like, have, you know, a tractor that's a decent size over here with the equipment it needs. So I don't have to, like, drive all over the place to do stuff. We'll see. I'll have to figure it out. All of that's going to be expenses we'll have to tackle when we get there. One thing I do need is streetlights. Just along the road, just a line of streetlights. I don't need, like, both sides of the road to have it all, like, well lit or anything. Just like a series of dots I could follow to be like, ah, there's where I'm going. So we can get kind of, like, not even, like, really industrious one or whatever. Some decent style ones. Well, crap. I knew this was coming. Okay, so you got about 3 of those to do. So deal with the water real fast. Oh, there we go. I'll start the water filling up. You need a street for streetlights? I actually have a road. Well, I mean, in that part. I've completely lost track of where you are. I want to give it a second to turn around and start going the other way. What are you doing? Okay. I want to give it a moment to turn around and get past, and then we're going to start it going again, because it should give me enough time to, Yeah, so you can see there's actually a cobblestone road right there. So it doesn't go all the way, but on this tile we've got ourselves a cobblestone road, and it goes over to a gravel road over there. So I actually do have some streets. They don't go far enough. But we'll get that going. Can't see at all where the other tractor is. But should go past. There it is. You have paving and asphalt. Doesn't make it a road or street. That's fair. I'm still going to put lights along it as if it is a street. Yeah, so you can see, like, it's got 2 passes left and then it's done. So my hope is that we'll have fallen behind enough now that it'll be able to make this happen. That'd be a nope. Alright, I'm doing this manually. There's no point in having the AI just to turn it on and off and on and off the whole time. Because what I can also do is when I get to the other end, I can let this thing go back, and I can go and clean up the edge around that rock where they skipped. I know that'd still be stone down there, but I'm just going to let that slide. Yeah, so as I mentioned, I think we're going to make good time. I still think we're set to wrapping up the planting part by 2 o'clock in-game. Just because, like, it is right there at the edge of getting that done. I've got, like, 2 more passes, maybe, probably 3 passes, actually. But not that many left. Finish what you're doing. I'm giving you space. Why are you still backing up? How much space do you need, man? Okay. I was getting ready to back up. Yeah, so the stone cart has 2 more passes, probably. Yeah, so as you can see, we've got a little bit of stones here. I'm okay with that. We're just going to go horizontal. I was going to try and make all the stripes face in the same direction, but I'm not going to fight with it. It is what it is until I get rid of that stone. Or, more realistically, I'll probably just shorten the field a little bit. Take the paint tool, put down grass about 2 of the widths here. All right. That's not the right spot. It's hard to see at night. That's a little waste of seeds, but that's okay. The seeds are pretty cheap. All right, FG, you have a good one. Thank you again for hanging out and tuning in, all that good stuff. You have fun with your bonus stream. I wanted to get this field finished planting before I wrap. That's kind of what I want to do, is I want to get this field knocked out. Because it's been a productive stream. We got ourselves a large tractor. We completely bypassed medium because we caught one used on sale. We got our stone picker-upper thing. Actually, no, I think we got that last stream. We did harvest, I think, 3 fields? Is it either 2 or 3 fields? We harvested 2 or 3 fields. We've expanded those fields. We managed to get... We're going to have all this planted. We got our road down. We got a massive upgrade on our plow so that we no longer have, like, the little teeny tiny plow that, you know, only needs, like, 100 horsepower, whatever it is. And instead we've got the biggest plow. So there's no additional plow upgrades to be had. We've got it. We're doing pretty well on money as well. So we're in really good shape now for being able to just go and upgrade, you know, one after the other tools now, one by one by one. Like I said, I do think the goal on the next one is we are going to grab ourselves another plot to expand the territory. And I think we're going to go towards the road to set up production lines. Yeah, second plow to plow your plow while you plow would be nice. I mean, realistically, what'll probably happen is we'll have issues where I want to plow 2 places at once. And I'll have the big tractor with the big plow going, and I might have the little tractor just work with the little plow to make things happen there. So again, a pretty good field here. There's a good chance by the time the wheat is ready to harvest that I might actually be to the point that I might be able to get the bakery in place. Or sorry, not the bakery. The granary, the flour mill, whatever the heck it's called. The thing that turns grain into flour. That place. You're not turned on. That's my problem. Oh, right, I still need to fill those up. Alright, let's get you parked up. The picker-upper didn't finish, by the way. I believe it was mostly done. There's gonna be spots it missed. Yeah, no, it finished. I mean, there's one spot it missed at the beginning. That's just AI being dumb. That's fine. I'm not gonna nitpick it down to that. Farming doesn't really do it for you, so you're not turned on. That's reasonable. Oh, you are doing cleanup. Thanks, man. I thought you were just gonna miss this spot, and now it's gonna be that. So you're right about to finish this. And I need to put the water into the greenhouses, and then that'll be done. Yeah, it's 30 seconds globally as a cooldown, and I think it's like 5 minutes individually as the cooldown. So, like, if everyone was going at, like, every 30 seconds, you can keep it... That would probably be the point. I'd have to adjust the cooldown, because it'd go from the fun to obnoxious point pretty fast there. Like, for other people watching, they're just hearing giggling every 30 seconds. Which is fine, like, if, you know, there's, like, a burst of people being on top of it. But if, like, I made the comment, because one person joked about setting up a timer to automatically do it. I'm like, okay, if it gets to that, the cooldown will get way more aggressive. Alright. And the field is all planted, and we didn't even get to 20 after. I told you you'd have time. I'm also, like, honestly, that's about as close you can hope to guessing right. I said 20, and we're at, like, what, 1954 is when we ended. That the whole field got planted. Let's see, there is a pair of streams that allow you to mess with their voices, either lower and higher pitch. Oh, I've seen all sorts of stuff happen over the years that people, like, set up all sorts of stuff that very quickly goes from, this is fun, to, hang on a second, I really... Like, this is really detracting from the stream kind of things. Let's see, at one point, one of their kids was playing on stream and kept hiring the kid's pitch until the redeem was taken away. Yeah, and that's, I've made the comment about you can have stuff you add to your stream that at first is fun and genuine, a good time, and it's basically along the lines of when you look at your stuff on stream, that things for your stream can kind of fall into one of three categories. One is it is a core part of your stream, it is foundational. That fundamentally it is something that your stream is effectively based on, kind of thing. So like if you're someone who plays like real-time strategy games and that's like the only genre you play, that would be foundational to your channel, is that you play real-time strategy games. It's not that you can't change it or anything, but it is a core part of your stream. That it's one of those things that if you change it, it has to be a very deliberate thing and all kind of stuff. You're usually turning the kid into a chipmunk. But yeah, and then you have what's called an additive to the stream. And that's anything that isn't foundational to your stream, but is good for the stream, it adds a good time, and supports the foundations of your stream. And that's a lot of your stuff, like a lot of your redeems will fall into that category. It's not a core component of your stream, but you know, like if you're doing Twitch integration, and you'd have all that stuff, that those redeems feeding the Twitch integration would be considered additive to it. And then you have detractors. And well, it can be detractor or distractions. People use either term. That it's something that ultimately comes at the cost of what's foundational to your stream. So it's a negative impact to your stream. And that the line between something that is an additive and a detractor can be very narrow. That the same functionality can live in both areas at different time. And it's usually, it's an additive until it's used way too much, and that becomes a negative, because it starts distracting. Alright, so I do think that is probably where we're going to wrap for this stream, but we've had a pretty good day today. We got ourselves a brand new tractor, big fancy tractor, so that's awesome. We got a really big fancy plow that's over here somewhere. So that's our little one, and then we got a big one right here. It's the largest one, so we're good there. We did harvest both of our fields and combined them into one larger field. We got our other field over there. And so we got all that kind of stuff. We've expanded our operation quite a bit, so that's lovely. We upgraded a bunch of our tools. We got our gravel road here we got a gravel path here going to our greenhouses. And then down this way, We've got a cobblestone road. It doesn't go quite to the main road. I don't own the land in between here and the main road. But I think that's going to be our next goal. So when we play this save the next time, we're going to probably pick up this tile here, which is 87,000, or actually 85,000. How much is the expensive picker-upper thing? It's like 50 or 75,000. I don't remember the exact amount. Our greenhouses are still going good. So they're all solid. So I feel like we've done a pretty good job here. I'm pretty happy with how this has turned out. But yeah, so when we get back, we're going to have... Like, we won't have anything to harvest soon. Like, they're both in their growing phases early on. But the crops we have growing will have the canola will be good to pull up in July. And then the wheat will be good to pull up in September. So those fields are tied up for basically the better part of a year. And so that's the reason we're going to be saving up $87,000 or $85,000 to expand and get all that stuff going. There's a 50% difference between the small and the bigger number there. Yes, I don't remember the amounts. But with that said, we are going to be wrapping up. So if you'll bear with me, first of all of you over checking this out over on YouTube, sometime in the future, thank you so much for checking it out. Don't forget to like and subscribe in YouTube land. And then we'll go ahead and wrap things over on TikTok, and we'll get to my ending stream screen, and we'll go find someone